afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Aberdeen. I'm Abbie Garvie, joined by Mark on co-commentary.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you all doing? Hoping you can hear us okay. Obviously, we couldn't compete with the sheer din of the departing aircraft. Chopper inbound, so you're going to get a lot more noise. So don't be suing us. So we've kind of opened up a bit early. We'll open the show properly at 3 o'clock, but we could see folks in the chats and we figured that if you're going to be here early, so are we.
Yep.
Oh my lord, what's happening now? So at the minute we'll just freewheel through the next 10 minutes. I will do some hellos in a minute, but if you can actually get the likes on early for anyone that's yet to give us a like, just to give us a pulse with YouTube. So what we've got here, Abbie, is it a Bristow?
That one there, that's CHC.
CHC?
Yeah.
You all seem to like red, white and blue.
Yeah.
Course members, we've got some bespoke emojis, so as well as sound check, emoji check. Boy, is it good to be back. Anyway, I hope you're all doing well. So, what's moving next? Right, your next mission, Abbie.
Yeah.
What's the aircraft departing?
That one over there.
Yeah.
That is the Gamma Aviation Beech King Air.
Nice one. There's not much that Abbie don't know. I did think about just going straight to the hotel and letting Abbie run the show. Then I thought she might say yes, so I thought that's the end of me. And the sun is shining. Myself. No, I won't. I'll wait a minute. I'm losing. Okay. Good afternoon, Scottish Linda. Looking at that emoji set as well. Test looks good. Excellent. Good afternoon, Mary Brock. Just trying to get that one parked in the garage. That's where you want to live. What can you see out the front room? So at the minute, folks, we're just going to keep the camera twirling and open the show properly with some hellos, or a second properly if you like, with highs in the chart. You've definitely got the knack for this, Abby. You beat the noise, didn't you, with the opening?
Yeah.
Timing is everything.
Yep.
Definitely. So we've got a Loganair ATR on the way out as well. We said runway 16, didn't we? For
Yep, so they're on 16 today.
the best end.
Yes, the better end.
Does anybody actually live in that bungalow?
I think maybe somebody does. I'm not really
I'm just
sure.
trying to think about double glazing, triple glazing,
Yeah.
quadruple glazing, house of glass. I don't know. Right, so Gammy Aviation's, what do we say, Beach King Air 200 or
Yep,
some words that sound like that.
yep, it's a Beach King Air 200.
The post's going to be a slight nuisance with the focus, but that's just what we're going to have to live with. So we'll quickly do a couple more highs in the chat, make some hay while the sun shines. Now W-8, trying out the -8 emoji. And we've got Wideroe in fairly earlier in the show, I think.
Yeah, can't remember exactly when they're in, but they
Me
are
neither.
definitely
As soon as I saw the listing though, I thought Nell will be happy.
in. Yeah.
I was considering a reschedule. Somewhere safe and steady for a minute. British Airways. Can't be safer and steadier than that. Good afternoon to Mohawk, Scotland. Oh, Graham, what are you doing with that Pegasus nonsense?
No,
I can
no
confirm
Pegasus here.
this is a Pegasus free zone. Emoji is in under an exemption. I can't quite remember how it got over the line, but it happened. Anyway, plowing on. Good afternoon, Alibi 58. How are you, my friend? KC, Chigwell's finest. Hope you went okay at the hospital. Well, I've just seen there, you've got to wait a week for the result. Fingers crossed for you, buddy. Good afternoon, Rab H. Put it fine, but made it. It's always on time when you're here. That's how you've got to think about it. Alright, now my chat's just gone bonkers again. Just bear with me. What's the chopper we got on camera?
That's I think that's the Irish Coast Guard. That is over.
Irish Coast Guard?
Yep.
How cool is that? Hello, young'uns. Now, we can't put these young'uns on camera,
got
but
a
there's
look
a...
at
Oh, crikey. There's a plane moving.
Yep.
Where's that one going?
Let me see.
It looks like we've got the
Canberra.
class of 2005 immediately behind us. I wish my school days involved trips to the airport. Yeah, if I put them on camera, it wouldn't be the right thing to do, but you'd be amazed by how many there are. And they're full of beans, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yep.
They're meant to be tired at this end of the day.
Nope.
All right, now let's get the chat moving steady. So Keith Cornell was the last tie. Rab actually was the last one. Another awesome bike ride. Weather's just been fantastic, Rab, although to be honest, on the way up, it was pretty dire around Edinburgh and the approaches to Edinburgh. Bit of a haring, I think, or certainly seemed to be. And then as I got to the airport, it ran clear. But I didn't see the sunshine until I got over the road bridges. Then the sun appeared.
Yeah.
Solid wall of blue all the way here. 62 miles, says Rab. Not bad, is it?
Not bad.
Not bad at all. I say not bad, Rab, with a big broad grin on my chops. So, got another lineup?
Yep, Eastern. Not going to be on radar. There's a surprise.
Oh, are they another one of these ones with the old transponders?
They don't transpond.
Okay, so this is Jetstream 41, I'm thinking.
Yep.
Hidden behind a post. It's actually a blinking post.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'm not happy with the tripod at the minute. I might have to make some further tweaks when things settle down. We're going to stay with the Irish Coast Guard. Quite excited by this. And when Eastern start rolling, we will show our moxie and pivot the camera. You see, Abby's taking on responsibility for telescopes today. So Linda, put your feet up, and you, Graham, can rest easy. It's in good hands. We might be 120 mile north of Edinburgh, but things could not be safer.
Yep. we're not going to have any telescopes today.
That includes helicopters.
Yep.
And light aircraft.
Yep.
And ops vehicles travelling the runway. No, I'm only joking about that.
Ops vehicles are hard.
Okay, good afternoon, Hazel Kitchen. How are you doing, Hazel? Right, and now I've got to Abby's message, so I'm actually where we were. Amy, how goes it, Amy? Hope you're keeping out of trouble, or are you just about to get into trouble? I can't quite work it out. Anyway, buddy, I hope you're keeping well. Big DC, good afternoon to you. It is lovely here. I mean, seriously, I have got 2 fleeces with me, but I'm basically in a polo shirt and Under Armour. It's the most summery I've been yet this season. Can't say fairer than that. I think Eastern looked like they were just about to inch forward there. Probably a false start. Better watch that one. So, Shiona Jedlicker, good afternoon to you. Ain't it nice to be watching the planes in some decent weather and before it gets too hazy?
Yeah.
Day like this in July, and it's a different kind of experience, massively so. So this spring spotting caper is really I like spring and I like autumn. Yeah. Truth be told, summer gets trickier because you don't want your kit overheating, the haze annoys you.
Yeah, you have to watch that.
And if you get sunburnt easy,
oh, yeah.
as I think we both do,
yep.
It's not the way to go. Not without some seriously high factor stuff. Paul Kaczynski, hello to you in Livingston. What's the weather doing there now, Paul? It was definitely chilly and very overcast on the mound this morning. Good afternoon to Sam Furthaway as well. I think we're going to be knee deep in S92As.
Yep.
I'm hoping we are.
Hopefully. Hopefully they'll come back.
What's the other one that you see a lot? The Airbus, is it H144?
175.
Oh, 175. I was miles off. That's me and my iterations. Hope we're rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the kids have got to go back in. Playtime is over. Although I guess it must be home time now. I'm so relieved we are not grappling with that conifer.
Yeah.
It's put another foot on since we were last here. August, I think, last time I were here, weren't it? Ish?
Yeah.
I reckon that's put another foot on. It's going to need its own planning permission soon. Helicopter looks like it's moving. I might take a snap of this. See what it looks like on its flank. That's just one picture, and just going to get it bigger. Might leave it at that actually. Let's just enjoy the view. one more picture. One more helicopter. I know we've done the one more plane on another channel. This could be the crikey. Come back down again. I got lazy with that. She flies through the air with the greatest of ease. Okay, another chopper steps forward. These are all going to be coming back about 5 o'clock, aren't they? I feel it in my water.
Yeah, probably around then. A few of them will go like from here, go to multiple different rigs, then come back.
Good afternoon, Lady Robertstadt. Sorry, Melody, I've murdered your name. Memory not what it was. Anyway, good afternoon. I know you like Aberdeen, and quite right too. I love it here. I barely slept last night. This is a true story. I was as pumped about this as I was about picking up the new camera kit on Tuesday. I am seriously sleep deprived. Absolutely excited off the chart. So you're going to have to keep me grounded, team. Let's just check we are still ticking over nicely. I think we are. Good, 6 minutes past 3 already. Chance to do a few more cheeky hellos. Joe Macklin, good afternoon to you all. Right, Hazel, the stream, we're not entirely sure yet. So we've got Simon from ATC joining us sometime after 6.
Yep.
We think we could run up to 7 o'clock, but it really will depend on whether the action is continuous enough.
Yeah.
We'll kind of take it from there, really. Improv. Good afternoon, Celeste Donaldson. It'll be a Condor, mate. If there's any left turns, it's a Condor you're getting. I wish for the sunshine, and then the next thing I wished for was a stripy Condor, a gold one.
Oh yeah, that's quite a nice one.
Oh, Hammy's been binned by YouTube. As some of the members will have seen, I can't do comments off my tablet at the minute, my laptop. I'm assuming that is a browser issue, but I ain't had time to bottom that. So YouTube at the minute is teeing me off.
Oh, here we go with the helicopter.
I'll tell you what, Hammy, it's such a shame that I had to leave the mound at 9:30. Otherwise I might have seen it. There was a really good Welling A320. Can I hear helicopters in my head, or is there another one started up over yonder? Nah, it's in my head.
Yeah, don't think there's any.
Let's just rest up somewhere civilised. Right. Let's open the show.
Yep. So if you've just joined us, Good afternoon from Aberdeen Airport. I'm Abbie Garvie, joined by Mark.
Mark. Good afternoon to you all. Hope you're doing well. So that was the warm-up bit for us, wasn't it? Where we kind of improv'd our way through what turns up. Looks like we might have a small lull, which will give me a chance just to make a couple of adjustments. So if you're wondering who's on commentary, you're new to the channel, Mark and Abbie, and we are going to be with you through till potentially up to 7 o'clock this evening, depending on the flow of the action. It's got everything here: jets, turboprops, choppers by the oodles, and we think because of the conditions being what they are, we might see a bit of light prop action as well from the flying club. Right, that said, I think there's a chance now to say some more hi. So members, we've covered the fact there's a new emoji deck for today, so just in case you haven't seen it, there you play things for today's show, so make liberal use. Some will probably work better than others, and I already realise I failed to swap out SAS for easyJet, so there's one example of a change that caught me out. SAS were listed yesterday, and it became easyJet overnight.
Yeah.
In my defence, it was 3:30 in the morning when I thought, oh, I better change that. So anyone that's new to Aberdeen, we'll do a bit of an orientation in a bit, but there is the iconic tower. What did you and your mum call the tower?
The wedding cake.
Wedding cake. There you go. Anybody that's in the show that is thinking of tying the knot soon, you could do a lot worse than have your cake styled like the tower at Aberdeen. Although you probably want to suggest that to your other half via a phone call or video link or something, because I've got a feeling if you're in arm's length, you're probably getting a drink over you. It's a theory. Right. So let's just try and get back to where I thought I was in the chat. So I think Mohawk wants you to let me lapse on the telescope front. He's trying to entice you to the wrong side of the equation.
No, I don't think I can.
I think Mohawk's still got a 100% record, so he's probably being competitive on that one. Graham, is that what it is? Competitive? All we know is that you can rely on me to find a way of missing something, so I'm always grateful for all of the support. So actually I'm going to go straight to the bottom of the chat now, because we've set up in the wrong conditions for every time I come here it's noisy, which is good. So if I go to the very bottom of the chat, sorry to be repetitive with this request, but if folks could confirm we've got the sound right, because clearly we can't compete with the noise when it comes in, and there's no point in dialing down the ambient sound to the point that you can't hear us. You know, it just makes no sense. Right. We'll see what happens at the bottom. Let's have a look. Who's going to be in first with a view on sound?
I think Simon is on the balcony.
Ooh. Let's just see. Left side or right?
He'll be under the nats.
I'm on the nats.
So if you go under,
I'm
right
under.
there.
Right, so I've gone directly below nats.
Probably like a little bit to the right.
To the right? Yeah. That's got to be Simon, hasn't it? So if I lock on Simon, just to be sure, should we wave at him and see if we get anything back? Yeah, that's Simon. So Simon will hopefully be joining us at some point after 6 when he's finished his shift.
Yep.
So those of you who've put questions into the hat, we will put your questions to Simon. I know you'll be looking forward to that one at the end of a hard day's work. But it's a really great opportunity to actually get first hand from people who know, rather than people who think they know, if you know what I mean. We all think we know different bits and pieces sort of vicariously. We gather that knowledge as we go. But when it's your day job, you have to know, and you have to be right when it changes and all the rest of it. So that's going to be fantastic. Jules C, I see you in this show, so hi to you. I don't know if my chat's frozen, so I'm just going to reboot that. Just to be double safe. Lots of waves to Simon anyway.
Yep.
I'm going to go bottom up in the chat actually for hellos as well. Could be the way to go. So good afternoon, Adrian Smith, the legend that is Tony Rivers. HGC, good afternoon to you. Doug, I trip over this. It's a state in America, isn't it? Ohio.
Ohio.
I don't know what's up with me today. This I was sleep deprived. Yorkshire biker, I've not said hi to. Good afternoon, Natalie Alice. Thank you for confirming on sound. Same with Nell W as well, and anybody else actually that has come in on sound. Katie D, hi to you. Peter Olding, thanks as well for sound. Harry Taylor, tip top, thanks Harry. Good stuff, buddy. Big DC, I've said hi to. Good afternoon, Lloyd. Lloyd, I'm not sure if I passed you on the way back to the car at the airport this morning. I thought something was a bit strange that I couldn't see you there for that Vueling with a fancy livery. And then I thought, is that Lloyd? I don't know. I ain't got a photographic memory these days. Anyway, did you get it? Would have been great with Vote 06 because you'd have got nice close-up shots of it going out. But the light wasn't really there today, which was a real shame. Anyway, it was good. So members, I will show you that particular plane landing. I'll put the clip out, if not later today, later tomorrow. It's well worth a look. Okay, glad you like the fireworks, Mary. So Harry asks about airliners. So do you want to talk a little bit, Abby, about the scheduled services generally that we get here?
So at the moment, there's easyJet and British Airways are on the stands. I think Wideroe are due in as well. And then there'll be SAS later in, but they're operating with their CityJet today, so it's not in SAS livery. And obviously you have all the Loganairs helping, connecting the aisles and also going down towards Manchester. Eastern doing the aisles as well. And we've just, yesterday I think it was, we just started our Krakow, how you pronounce it, route with Buzz. That started yesterday as well for the summer. So it'll start to pick up a bit more now that it's summer.
Here comes summer, eh?
Yep.
Also folks, here comes a chopper.
Helicopter? Who is it?
And also, good afternoon, Glenn's Aviation Love. How you doing, mate? Right, where was I? I was going bottom up in the chat, wasn't I? So Glenn was the last hi, I think. Sharon JL, hello to you. So cold, trying to warm up with a heater. it's just lovely now, but I think in 2 hours time
It'll start to cool down.
going to get a bit nippy here. Anyway, I hope you're keeping well. Hi to Annalise. Yeah, Hazel Kitchen, please do remember house rules at Plain Sailing Aviation. We're a lovely community here, but we all have to listen carefully to what the moderators tell us when they do tell us stuff. Definitely. And Simon Smith's in the chat. Hello from the tower. Sorry Simon, I'm in no particular order here. Do you know what? I think the weather is a great trade actually. I think to break our duck for 2025, it was good to be able to get out here in some good conditions and just see what we get. We're going to be back again and again and again through the summer. So we've got a number of visits that we intend to do during the summer months. Exactly like 2024, I'm not tough and rough enough to come back here in the winter months. There's not enough daylight for a start.
Yeah.
But it's cold.
It is cold.
Colder than I can manage. So Glenn's Aviation Love is great. Deb08, hi to you. Right, I'm rolling now in a fashion. So Lloyd got the Vueling and the sunshine came out. That is spawny. I ain't kidding. It didn't look at all sunny at the time, but you've got to have a bit of luck. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? About how luck. Do the right things most of the time, and luck will pay you back in the in-between. Well done you, Lloyd. I'm hoping that's going on Facebook. I'll be intrigued to see it. It looked good enough watching it come in, but you would have had an awesome sight of that going by the mound and lining up on 06. The sun was definitely missing. Gary Jeffrey is back in the show. How you doing, Gary Jeffrey? Good afternoon and welcome to Aberdeen. Joint enterprise this afternoon. Mark and Abbie doing the bizzo.
Yep.
And we're back again tomorrow morning for an early breakfast show, folks, as well. So that probably will be a little bit heavier on Chopper, I guess.
Yeah, as they all go out to the rigs.
Breakfast rush kind of thing.
Yeah.
The commutes are a right hassle.
Yeah.
As you're heading out towards the North Sea. Graham Robertson, good afternoon to you. Let's just see if there's anyone else I haven't said hi to. Thank you for bearing with me. It's always hard to get through the chat in the first phase because the tablet keeps resetting the chat window. So you think you're... Oh, helicopter.
Helicopter, yeah.
What we got?
It is Bristow's S92.
Bristow's S92. I could listen to these all day.
Yeah.
I think the fire brigade is setting fire to some stuff as well. Look at that for a back shot.
They're burning.
Quick photograph there. So you had a frozen screen for a minute. So fire brigade are doing some training. In fact, we'll come back in a minute because they might have put the fire out otherwise. No, got to the wrong place. Oh well, come back in a bit. This is the nature of Aberdeen. It's not the busiest fixed wing action, but when you blend in everything it's got plenty. Nice and different. Alright, see if I can get a bit further up in the chat than last time.
We have Wideroe on approach. Just been cleared to land.
Wideroe?
Yeah.
Nell, you're in the chat, aren't you? You are in the chat. You've got a Wideroe-8 inbound. Good chance to test the emojis work. I think I'm okay with everything. So as always, folks, that gentle plea on likes, get us pumping with YouTube. It is a merciless master. If you're a small channel in particular, it will give you less than nothing if you don't get the likes on the clock nice and early. Yeah, I'm trying to think, looking at Simon Smith's comment about the Royal flight. They're definitely not Sikorskis these days. Oh God, what's they're all Westland Augusta.
Oh, the Augusta Westlands.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of movements, one at Edinburgh and one at Newcastle. Neither
Yeah.
had the top tier Royals on, but it is part of the Royal flight. Right, must be the Dash 8 you were talking about. Nell, stand by for action. Attention Marineville. This is Action Stations. Anything can happen in the next, well, 5 minutes. There we go. Don't know if we get to see another Dash 8 at the back end of the show. This might be your only ration, a quick visit now, but it's 6 months since I've seen a Dash 8 in person. This is the only place I see them.
Yeah. I saw one when I was out yesterday.
Tell you what, Abby, I'm only 10 minutes away from putting my first fleece back on. I think we got to the tipping point.
Oh, we've got a
Ooh.
little one
This
of
would
the
have counted
flight
as a
school.
telescope under today's flight rules as well. So sorry, what have we got?
This is one of our flight school planes. So this is Piper Cherokee Warrior 2.
Cherokee Warrior 2. So how's your PPL progressing?
That's good. We're getting close to solo, which then means I can start going on to my cross-country training. So probably about halfway through, maybe, I'd say.
Very good. And how many hours have you got under your belt? I know you're going to know the exact number.
I want to say 18.
Say 18 then.
I haven't looked in my flight log for a while.
That's just false modesty. I bet checked it just before she come out of the house. Good stuff. So when you're doing the cross-country stuff, where are you going to be going?
I think they take you around like the airports down near Perth to do some of the stuff down there.
Ah, very cool. A chopper on its way out, folks. We'll stay with the Wideroe for the minute because I've got a message from Nell that says move the camera and you're in trouble. The chickens get it. I can't let anything happen to those chickens. Although I've got another message from Hammy that says move the camera or Mothman gets it. So I don't know what to do. You can see the bind I'm in.
Yeah.
Actually, looks like the chickens are done. It's chicken tonight. Blame the helicopter, it didn't hold for long. is our Wideroe. There it is. Brill. I'll just rest there for a minute while I think I'm seeing helicopters in my peripheral vision now as well. It's going to be a traumatic evening for me, I think.
No, there's nobody about us at the moment.
There's nobody about. We don't tell the viewers that. We say they're all off radar. They've all got aging transponders. Good afternoon, Aviation Action Scotland. How you doing, mate? And a big hi to Tony Austin too. Yeah, don't worry, Nell. I spare the chickens though. I can't emphasise this enough. No, go back up the chat. In that excitement, I've probably missed people. So it is Mark and Abby this afternoon.
Hello, everyone.
And just in case you missed the intro, Gary Fleming. Good afternoon, Gaz. How goes it? Claire C. Good afternoon. Anybody else I've missed? Try hard not to, but it's crazy central here when the things all do start coming. And when it's not crazy central, I seem to find new ways of making it crazier with oversights and whatever. Come here. Ah, Mothman's in the chat. Mothman, you need to message the authorities. Hammy's indoors in his control room with all his monitors and stuff. You're going to be good till 7 o'clock. So if you can get out of that shed, you've got to go, man. It could be now or never. Keep us posted. Craig McLean. Good afternoon to you, Craig. I am going to have to put my fleece on. I'm trying to resist as long as I can, because you know what happens once you do.
Yeah.
You're only good for another hour, aren't you? And then I've got another one after that, a thicker one. JDF Doggo, good afternoon to you, my friend. I think you've just recently got a gifted membership as well, haven't you? So welcome to the show. Hope you're going to find this a lot of fun. HGC says 100 likes up. Awesome, folks. So I've just realised I was so distracted I hadn't actually set the fireworks up. So let's just see what I can do. Oh. So I'm still here, I'm just making hard work of it. I got wowed by the scene and then everything went. Right, so what we'll do is get picture in picture. Do tell me if anything materialises.
Yeah.
You can shout at me as well, Abby. You can shout as loud as you think is appropriate. Right, here we go, team. Let's see if these fireworks work for 100 likes up. What a great group you are. Let's see how far we can take it this afternoon. But main thing is we'll have some good fun along the way. That was the plan. Look, my phone keeps making that weird noise. It is on charge. I found I'd arrived with a phone that was half flat.
Oh.
Well, I thought originally I was going to charge it en route.
Yeah.
But I was just off thinking about other things. Thinking, why is it so sunny? Anyway, we'll manage. So if you hear a dong-dung sound in the background, I'll probably disconnect it for a bit. See if we're desperate for the power. Don't worry, Mothman, as long as you are a member, you've got protection from PSA. Just don't say that to Hammy out loud, he might not take it well. Okay. I'm just going to go to the bottom of the chat and stay at the bottom now. I think I'm more or less there, but if I have missed you, honestly, it's not by design. It's just such a faff, this chat screen, until you get settled in the show. Good afternoon, Colin Dunn. How are you? Ah, Aberdeen, the city of your birth. I'll tell you what, this place is a super. I've got an ATR on the fire. No, I thought it was a startup, but it's not. It's just one that's caught my eye. there. He'd have been there when we opened the show. I just haven't looked over there. This is the thing about Aberdeen. No matter where you look, there's something.
Yeah.
Sadly, none of it making any noise at the minute. Good afternoon, flight. How are you doing? You're right, it is a glorious afternoon for plane spotting. It's, I reckon, as good as it gets, really,
Yeah.
if you want to be out without a coat. And I think we all like, whereas we all like the dramatic stuff when the weather creates high drama, days like today, yeah, you've got to love it. You ain't got to worry about protecting your kits, getting hypothermia, bit of everything. And of course, this time of year, yes, you can get hazing still, but it's not going to be the same issue as if we came back in July in these conditions.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, every time I've streamed here before, it rains at some point, doesn't it? Even that day when we first met, when you were getting your flight out and you and your mum were boarding from the far side.
Yeah, it just downpoured.
And I was just marooned under an umbrella thinking, if it keeps raining like this, how am I going to take the kit down?
Yeah.
Could have been there till, well, forever. So remember, folks, we have some expert technical knowledge at the second half of the show, or the back end of the show. Simon Smith from ATC will be joining us, at the end of his shift. So we've got a bunch of questions that people have already posed, and if you think of anything else, we'll just ask those when Simon's with us.
Yep.
Right, try and get back to it. Jules C, thank you so much for that kind gifting of a membership. I'll just reach for the fireworks and let them do their magic. Thank you, Jules. Who got it? That's the next question. Laurie M. I don't know if Laurie M is in the show or going to be picking a notification email up separately, but Laurie M, if you can hear this, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Jules C, these fireworks are for you. Okay, so what do we think's happening next, Abbie?
So I can hear people speaking on the radio, but I don't know where they are.
Let's have a quick look on flight radar, see what's what.
British Airways is pinging.
Oh right, let's go to British Airways. Pushing.
Pushing back.
It's not just having a ping, it's having a roll. The handbrake is off.
And there is a Diamond Twin Star that seems to be routing towards where they turn over for 1-6. So I don't know if he's going to come in here or not.
Was that the one we saw earlier?
No, he's come all the way from Perth, actually.
Oh right. Catch you next time, Adrian Smith. Ooh, Nell says 150 likes now up, so anyone that hit that like button, love you to bits. Thank you so much. If you recently joined, please do drop us that like. At the minute, things are in pause, but that's the nature of spotting at Aberdeen. The tap gets turned on and then you get it all, and then you get the other bits where it pauses and all the rest of it. So 150 up, guys, pure rock and roll. Yeah, the start up just about. Good afternoon, Kevin Whitelaw. Hello to you. What gate does Ryanair fly out of to Malaga at 7:50 p.m. tonight? I'm assuming that's an Aberdeen facing question rather than Ryanair Malaga flights per se. There you go, Abbie. You're on the spot.
Well, they park on,
I'm only messing.
They park on stand 1, but...
See, that's impressive straight away.
I can't, now I can't remember which way the gates go.
Yeah, I wouldn't... I think
I know it'll park on stand 1.
There you go.
Because that's the international gate, so it has to go up there.
There you are, Kevin. You're vectoring in on some clue where to go. Watch this space, I guess. So, Sam Thurlaway, good afternoon to you, buddy. All right, I've sounded corrected. The fireworks have gone 50 on too many. Sorry, thanks, Alibi58 and Nell for the correction. All right, I know exactly what you mean. Well, we've booked them anyway.
Yeah.
It's a bit like getting your work quota in and clearing off early on a Friday, that kind of thing, except it's Thursday. Well, Friday for Mary Brock. Glenn's only got 35 on his screen, which is usually what happens to this tablet. Big DC, thank you so much. That is incredibly generous support, gifting a membership to the channel, and happily that's fallen kindly as well. KTD is in the show, so let's just get ready for the old fireworks. Thanks, Big DC. Right, the once upon a time world's favourite airline is on the move. Enjoying the sunshine.
That's easyJet just got its pushback clearance as well.
Rightio, folks. Where's our easy going?
Gatwick, I want to say. I can check.
Ah, very good.
Yep, it's going to Gatwick.
So a couple of jet departures in fairly close order.
And it looks like that Diamond Twin Star is turning onto approach for Aberdeen.
Right, better watch out for that one. Thank you, Abbie. As the plane passes the wedding cake. Gamma Aviation come back with that Beach King Air that went out a little while ago. I know the noise is a bit onerous, but it's lovely to feel it so close up when you can almost feel the vibrations off the air. Just going to let the BA find its own way to the starting blocks. Our easy is now pushing, so let's just have a little bit of push and turn. All right, thanks, Rab H. Mary, I'm really sorry I missed that. I don't know how. So Mary Brock has a 2-month milestone. Fireworks are due. Mary, here you go. Here's your fireworks. Thank you for your support. Just checking in, Rab. I've not missed anything else, have I? Because I always think if I can miss one thing, I've missed 2. If it's 3, I'm just going to go and have a sleep in the back of the car. No, I won't be doing that. Tony Austin, fantastic support from Tony Austin too, gifting a membership to the channel, which went to Andy Butcher. So, Tony Austin, awesome, my friend. In which case, let's hit the button. so much. Better watch out for that diamond twin star, aren't we?
I think he's going to do a low approach down the runway.
All
So I
right.
won't land, I'll just fly along and then go off again.
You heard it here first. Well done, Abbie. So we'll stay with British Airways, then it'll make it easier for me to hop the camera onto the inbound plane. Tell you what, Sharon JL, that is a very late dinner. 1:14 in the morning.
Oh, that is late.
Mind you, I guess it's all relative, isn't it? When you do shifts, I don't know if you do shifts, or that's just the way your day went. Mr. Crep, hello to you. Good afternoon. I'm Mark, joined by Abbie to my left, just by way of introductions, and for the benefit of anyone else that's just joined the show in the last not many minutes. Right, I'm going to have to take the charge off that phone because that charging noise is causing me to want to hit it with a hammer. Anyway, it's not a good. I think it was actually telling me it was fully charged. So perhaps the hammer was a little bit onerous as a response. Yeah, around the paddock. BA still holding. I can see the twin star. I've got eyes on it. My flight radar's jammed up. That's weird. Let's just close it off and do it again. Rip it up and start again. Probably got the basis for a song there. Oh yes, someone's already done it. Now, see, all the good ideas are already taken, it would seem.
So I think this twin star's just going to fly along.
Wow, if that was did you say a low pass or a high pass?
Well, they said low pass on the radio, but
I wouldn't want them to measure me up for a suit. Minute. I'll have to let him go at that. Sun's got us.
British Airways has been cleared to line up.
Okay, we'll go to that. Nice shout, Abbie. I'll tell you one thing, at least the reinstalling of flight radar seems to have worked. It had just jammed itself solid. No longer jammed. So the aircraft on departure is 20 odd years old, no, 17 years old. Golf Echo Uniform Sierra. Hidden by a post. Soon not to be hidden by a post. Mr. Crepas, what side are we on? How do we describe this as a side, Abbie?
It's the east side of the airport next to Gamma Aviation.
We're on the east side. East side story, here live from Aberdeen. Wisey by. Right, where's that easyJet got to? Now that is a very good question you pose there, Tony Rivers. Abbie, have you brought orange clubs with you?
Is that like food?
Yeah, you not like orange club biscuits?
I've never had them.
There you go, you heard it here first.
I did bring food.
But Tony's very specific. I don't know if it's an easyJet thing as well, or the fact it's kind of like mark bait, a bit like rat bait, you know, you sort of put a club biscuit down and then you can drop a big anvil out of a window on me or something as I go down to pick it up. No, we're going to be clubless, but my middle will benefit from that, avoiding too much information. Okay. Dee. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Flight, I know exactly what you're saying there, but I prefer Flight Radar 24 over the AirNav thing.
Yeah.
We tried that before, and Flight Radar for us is definitely, it has the pole position. Never quite sure sometimes whether it's the signal as well with this, so sometimes we share the signal for the tablet and sometimes they use its own SIM. I was having such a good feeling when I arrived here, I just didn't do half the checks I normally make. I just kind of got it out of the box and sort of see how it goes, more or less. Oh well. Bit of freestyle. Scottish Linda, more Tunnocks than club. Have you got any Tunnocks with you? Tunnocks tea
No,
cakes?
I have Kit Kats and other
There you
food.
go. Not Tunnocks?
No.
That's not going to necessarily go well in the chat, I don't know. I think they can live without me not eating club biscuits, but Tunnocks, that's a different issue. So that was off to Gatwick, I think we said.
Yep.
Let's go back to the Wideroe. Keep Nell happy. Until we come back here, I don't think we're going to have another Dash 8 in the show, so it's only fair. So what does Keith Cornell say? If GFCAC is based at Perth, Abbie should know. Oh, I don't know, I can't speak for Abbie there. I'll let you in the chat?
Yeah.
No, I'll let you deal with that one.
Yeah, I do see it about when I've been flying from Perth. It's not one that I fly, 'cause it's over the other side with the other flight school.
Good afternoon, Mark Pride. I know you were looking forward to today, and it's here. It's Aberdeen 2025. Early doors on the summer timetable, of course, but as soon as the daylight window kind of extended for us and the summer timetable, we thought it'd be kind of rude not to come back here, particularly as we know so many of our friends and supporters enjoy Aberdeen. To be fair, I always enjoy the drive up here as well. It's a fair jaunt, but you wouldn't say, other than it's a bit slow through Dundee and getting out of Edinburgh, but those cameras, because it's an average speed camera thing all the way up, pretty much up to here, certainly up to Stonehaven or thereabouts. I find that pretty onerous. Anyway, by the by, living that dream. Alibi's weighing in on the Tunnocks. Tunnocks are rubbish. Alibi, don't sit on the fence. Good stuff. I must be honest. Hang on, what are we saying here? Yorkshire Biker, Kit Kats are okay. Orange Club better. You see, this. I take Yorkshire Biker as an independent verifier of quality snack biscuits. Next time you're in Asda, Morrison's, wherever you get your groceries.
Have a look for them.
In fact, I'll bring some orange clubs up on the next jaunt, and then you can have that as a gift. Feed them to the birds if you don't like them. They'll eat them. Yeah, let's have a look. Hammy says favourite biscuit is cheesecake. Yes, but no, it's a biscuit base though, is it not? Is that the technicality?
It's a biscuit base.
It's a biscuit base. Digestive biscuits or something, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Crushed to a fine pulp. Right, well, give me a helicopter. My kingdom for a helicopter. Turboprop or Tiddler. There's a chopper just off the coast that I've got my eye on. That is doing those circles. A Leonardo AW 189. But it seems to be trying to ink in the whole of the coast yellow, so I don't suppose it's going to come anywhere near here till it gets low on fuel.
Is that the Coast Guard one?
I think it is the Coast Guard one, looking at that. The photo's not on. It says private owner here.
Yesterday, 'cause I went out yesterday, it went away for a bit and just flew around, and then it came back about 5 o'clock, I think.
I'm just looking at the amount of trace on the screen. It's been gone long enough to have done all that kind of inking in. So I think it's the Coast Guard. I think that's a good shout.
Yeah.
Right. I see something good on the screen as well. Let's just go back. Scottish Linda's got a bit of shortbread with a cuppa. That's the way to do it. That is a good in-betweener. Definitely. Good afternoon as well to Carol Ann. How are you doing, Carol Ann? Anyway, I was going to celebrate a magical moment. Kevin Whitelaw has joined the PSA Crew Lounge, and as we always do, we like to celebrate these moments with a ripple of fireworks to show our appreciation. Virtual fireworks, so there's no risk to life. So, Kevin Whitelaw, welcome into the PSA Crew Lounge. Caught my own voice in the headset there. So what's flight going on here? Penguins, which is essentially the same as Tim Tams. I must have missed the preceding comment from Sharon. Never heard of Tim Tams. Is that an Australian?
I think it is Australian.
I know Sharon's Australian. I'm just thinking, yeah, the thing with penguins is that penguins seem to be that small now, they barely qualify as a biscuit.
Yeah.
They're all wrapper and no innards. So consequently, I have got, they used to be my favourite years ago, but I have got zero interest in penguins. It's a bit like Alibi's description of tunnocks. I would say penguins these days are rubbish, a bit like wagon wheels and things that I once enjoyed. Good afternoon, Malcolm. Big wave from Mark, joined to my left by Abbie. Tony says, Tunnock, I think it must mean Tunnock, wouldn't feel a smartie. I don't know. What do they call it? Shrinkflation, don't they?
Oh yeah, shrinkflation.
Shrinkflation. Amazing. Hi to James Smith. How are you doing? You're new to the channel, so you've caught the introductions there. Mark and Abbie on commentary. Abbie, our Aberdeen specialist. Me more the bloke who pitches up now and again. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thank you, Rab H, for confirming. I don't think I missed anything else. I was surprised I managed to miss Mary, but sometimes in the early phase of a show it can particularly happen. Anyway, we've managed to right that wrong. Let's see what's happening over. Who's that hangar there with the two choppers out front?
That's CHC helicopter.
CHC, so a couple of CHC flying machines in shot. I know you're going to say they look massively different, but to me they look, to the untrained eye or at a distance, just like more Bristow's helicopters.
I mean, you can tell them CHC with the red.
Yeah, but Bristow's got red on them as well.
Yeah, it's more prominent on CHC than it is on Bristol.
And don't offshore helicopters have that kind of look as well, or are they different?
They're more bluey. Because they're over that side of us.
I tell you the ones that I do like, I saw them when I was having my lunch from where I parked up. Those Nordsee ones.
Oh, NHV. With the bright yellow.
Bright yellow. We're going to see a bit of that. Budgie helicopters, but obviously big budgies. Hang on a minute. Have I missed Mohawk Scotland? No, I think Mark missed your super chat. So I have missed the super chat. Why can't I see it? Can you see it on your screen?
Not on my phone, no.
I'll tell you what. Two things no, we'll do them one after the other. Claire C has very generously gifted us ×5 memberships. I can see that. Thank you so much, Claire C. That is fantastic support. These fireworks are for you. Right, have I missed Graham's super? Because that's not on. Oh, what's that? No, that's Tony's gift. Big DCs. I'm just scrolling right back up the chat because you'll see. What's that? Oh, good afternoon, Maverick79. How you doing, pal? Much earlier. You know I love you in the nicest possible way. Well, listen, I'm really embarrassed that I missed it, but you know I wouldn't do it on purpose. The stuff I do on purpose is of a different order, but it's never about missing donations. So, Mohawk Scotland, I am so sorry I missed, but these fireworks are for you, buddy. I cannot see on mine at all. So I think that's probably why I've not managed to see it. But you continued a massive support. Just, well, love you to bits, mate. Here you go. It's a bit like Mary Brock's milestone. That is definitely not appearing on at this end. But anyway, wow. I'll live to survive another day after Graham's pounded me for it. Yeah, I've not got... Let's just have a look. I don't know. Anyway, you take care, flight. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, big DC. Kebabs could be the way to go. Could be the way to go. I'm actually thinking chips. I can't decide whether to go to the chippy behind me, which I love.
Oh yeah.
Sea and salt.
It's always a good place.
World class chips. World class chips. Let's see if we can find something happening. Now it's appeared. Well, it's a gift. It's a gift. It's not the super. It's a gift. Graham's after me. Graham, thank you so much, mate. You're incorrigible and fantastic in equal measure. So thank you for gifting that membership. I can definitely see that. So these fireworks are for you, my friend. And it went to Sharkface. I'm not sure if Sharkface is in the show, but Sharkface, whether you're catching this up later or you're actually watching but not in the chat, welcome aboard and welcome into the PSA Crew Lounge, courtesy of Mohawk Scotland. Good afternoon, Ash Watts, Daventry RC Spotter. How goes it, buddy? First cricket training session of the year. and first for 5 years. Do you know what? I was struck by the final approach, my final approach to the airport. There's a cricket club just over the other side, isn't there?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I bet they have a lot of cancelled fixtures. I don't know, do they? Or if you're in the show and you play cricket, do you know the name of the club? Is it Whitehaven? No, it couldn't be Whitehaven, I imagine that bit. The Dash 8's fired up anyway, folks, so you want to see some twirling propellers while we await the choppers? I'll see what I can do. Just there. So that's our next departure. Is that Bergen for the Dash?
Stavanger.
Nowhere near the same, is it? Nowhere near. Not in the same country, is it? I don't know.
They're both Norwegian.
Are they both Norwegian? I always think Stavanger's, Danish for some reason. You're right.
We also
Told you I'm sleep deprived.
We have a Loganair on radar. It's around the back. Oh, there it's pushing actually.
Okey-dokey. Yep, we've got a... Well, we'll stay with the dash push because, as I say, Nell will be after me. They really want to get into trouble. James Smith asks, where's the furthest they go from here? That's an interesting question. What do you reckon, Abby? We'd not stick a pin in the map. Where do you reckon?
Well, if it's helis, they go close to Norwegian airspace. It's like top up near where like Shetland is. Planes, maybe Gdansk.
That's a good shout. Yeah, that's
quite
a good
far.
one. Did you say Krakow's been added as well?
Krakow's just started.
I think, I'm not sure, my geography is incredibly hazy. It's been a long time since I was at school and even longer since I did geography. But I've got the notion that Krakow is further east than Gdansk, but if you know different folks, do say in the show. Mav says everything is battered in Scotland, even the husbands when they're getting late from the pub. Oh dear. Les Donaldson says we've got an Eastern Jetstream 41, 10 minutes out. Now, when did Les post that message? 16:05, 2 minutes ago. So we've got inbound action, folks. We've got outbound action on screen. That Dash 8 twirling away. And we've also got, I know I said I wouldn't move the camera, but you know me, I've got a concentration span of a nut. So we've also got a Loganair warming up. But we'll go back with the dash. I've got to be honest, Big DC, the chip shop at the back of here, and I know what they always say, other chip shops are available, but I'm going to tell you now, I'll be surprised if they're as good as Sea and Salt behind me. They
it's
are
a very good place.
If there's such a thing as Olympic class chips, and Haddock chips actually, because I always think Haddock and chips is the way to go, I ain't had it better anywhere else. Just saying, out of a box as well, it's you know.
Yeah.
No ceramics involved, it's proper cardboard. Real cardboard. Oh, Mum's in the show.
Oh. Hi, Mum.
Better pay attention. Better start behaving. Hi, Emma. Oh, thanks. It's Stonywood Cricket Club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was just struck. I thought, no, you know, I know that people love cricket the world over, including me, but they're probably going to struggle to play the fixtures. Perhaps they don't. Perhaps it's a well-kept secret. This must be my 6th visit here, I think, and that's the first time I've noticed the cricket club. It just shows you, every time you come to Aberdeen, you notice something different. Right, Abby, I reckon that Eastern Airways Jetstream can't be far off being visible. Can you see it?
It is about maybe 9 minutes
Okie dokie. I'll stay on this then. Scrunch all my concentration up. I do like the livery on the Wideroe class. So what's their kind of selling point? Do you know, Abbie? Are they going to be a bit like Loganair? Is it another businessman's airline or something? Or
They are quite expensive to fly with. I've never flown with them.
It's got that kind of vibe that it's going to be more Loganair pricing than, say, Flybe type pricing. So this should get out, I think, before the
Yeah, they've just been cleared for takeoff, so probably just turn on and off they go.
Ah, very good. All the time in the world. Come on, pedal to the metal. Where did that Loganair go?
He's down at the runway intersection.
He is, isn't he? Abbie is absolutely all over it. I didn't think it'd get down there quite as quickly. So we have any idea where this one might be going?
I think it's going to Dublin. Yep, it's off to Dublin.
The Emerald Isle.
And it's also the Isle of Man livery.
Oh, right, another one you mean? I know the one you mean. Good afternoon as well, Mark Bright Spark. How you doing, buddy? What do you reckon? Enjoying it? Simon Smith says Tenerife is the furthest. There you are, folks. Can't remember whose question that was, but the answer is Tenerife. Tenerifico. Nearly toppled over there, I thought. We're on the lee of a slope. We're quite like it really for this, is it? You kind of,
Yeah.
if you overbalance, suddenly everything kind of goes wrong. Anyway, let's have a look. So Simon's confirmed on Tenerife. Let's drive on a little bit, see where we are in the chat. Craig McLean has put a big green block across the screen, very generously gifting 5 memberships to Plain Sailing Aviation. Awesome support, Craig. Awesome support. You know what comes next? Fireworks for you. And let's have a look who got them. Dino, Daniel Phillips, oh hi to Derek Calder, back to the gifteds, Craig Doran, Quad Rippler, don't think anyone's going to accuse me of being a quad rippler. And have I missed any there? Quad rippler. Oh, Rachel as well. Welcome aboard one and all. Welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. Yeah, Hammy, cricket is definitely a sport. It's one of those that I would categorise as a sport, not the sport of kings, but a sport of kings. It's a dull world with no cricket in it. I'll just chuck that one out into the chat and see what comes back. Ash was only in the show briefly, so he probably ain't going to be there to help me out on that one. But yeah, it's a better world with a bit of cricket in it.
Oh, here comes this Eastern. You can just see it.
I've just got eyes on that. Great shout, Abby. Great shout. Oh, Laurie M is in the show as well. So I think Laurie M got the first gifted, if I remember correctly. Welcome anyway, Laurie M. I'm Mark, if you've not caught that already. And I've got Abby to my left. I think Alibi might also be a non-cricket enthusiast. Probably one of the Sky Sports channels he's less keen on using. Katie D asks about the weather. Do you know, I was talking about putting a layer on 20 minutes ago. I've kind of stayed it out again at the minute. I don't know about you, Abby. Are you?
It's warming up again.
Yeah, the sun's just gone up a few extra kilowatts, so I think we'll be able to, what are we now, 16, 17, so I think I'll be through till about 5 o'clock before I have to reach for a fleece. You heard it here, so if I wuss out, I am wussing. So Eastern Airways, Jetstream 41. Where did we say this was coming from? Or is it one of our mystery ones?
It's come from Wick.
Wick, very good. I can remember watching somebody's video about Eastern Airways and they'd gone to, it might have been Wick actually. It wasn't the most positive trip review. I can't for the life of me remember what the issue was. It might have been because they were a bit annoyed because Eastern wouldn't let them film on the plane.
Oh.
So whether that had a bearing on the video, I can't quite remember. I think they've basically gone to, if I remember correctly, I think it was Wick they'd gone there and back in a day kind of thing. Is Wick where you go for John O'Groats-ish?
Yeah, that direction.
Ish. Yeah. If you were going to John O'Groats, Wick would probably be the closest airport you'd get.
Yeah.
Might be. I'm half remembering it. Hazel asks, for me, planes or helicopters? Generally speaking, planes, I have to be honest. But that's not always the case. So when I drove here today, what was I looking forward to seeing most? I'm going the wrong way. The glare on the screen is pretty onerous. So I was looking forward to seeing that Dash 8 and bringing a lot of happiness to at least one person in Belgium. But it was all about choppers for me. All about the choppers. So on this trip, helicopters, Hazel, this trip. If we were streaming from Newcastle, and usually if we see a helicopter there, it's probably 8 times out of 10 it's the police. And nah, not so much on that. But these twin motor jobbies, kick out loads of noise and excitement and head out towards the sea, and for me it looks so exciting. I think that's the thing that makes Aberdeen stand out as its own magnet, really. Where else are you going to find all these choppers?
Yeah.
I'm not quite keeping up with the taxiing plane. I'm just looking over the far horizon. I thought I could see some smoke off a startup, but it's not, it's just an illusion. Yeah, Hammy, you've got zero chance of a telescope today. Zero chance. You heard it here first. I'm calling it now.
I think that's a helicopter.
Yeah, I think startup.
Startup, yeah.
It's got a really kind of strange sound to it.
Yeah.
So we are looking, just so you know what we're looking at as well, if I just rotate beyond the bungalow. So whose compound is this one? Do you know, Abby?
Offshore helicopter services, the air ambulance, and any general aviation.
So we think we've got a chopper startup in there, so we'll keep an eye on flight radar. Watch this space. We'll stay with that Eastern arrival for the minute, and then it's just winding down. Tenny River says, lots of gifted memberships. I'm missing a lot. Am I missing a lot? You're not yanking my chain, am I? I'm going back up. Mods team, what have I missed? So I've seen Craig's. You're not yanking my chain, are you, Tony Rivers? Mohawks, we did that. Shark face. I think I missed Mohawk Super and Mary's Claire C's 5, I've got that. No, I don't think I am. Mods, tell me if he's yanking my chain or not. He can be merciless. I hear a sound at the bottom end, so let's just see what that is. Good afternoon, Mad Matt UK 123. How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's a good way of describing it, Ash. I'm glad you're still in the show. Cricket is chess on grass. And we're talking about the lawn kind of grass before somebody makes some witty comment about it's nonsensical or something like. Well done, mate. That is the best way of putting it. Oh, Tenny Rivers also got the cricket going to England, West Indies at Durham. Good luck with the weather. That should be awesome. I mean, obviously the West Indies ain't quite what we remember back in the 70s and 80s, but high level cricket in the northeast of England is definitely a gift to savour. Yeah, Big DC, Headingley 81. I can remember as a kid not being there, but getting, you know, glued to the TV. I used to be absolutely glued to it. Good times. Good afternoon, Trevor Russell. Says hi to you as well.
Hi, Trevor.
HGC, yep, another shrewd judge, pinnacle of sport. It really is. Back to Ash's comment, chess is a good way of describing it. It's got that many layers to it. I'm not so fussed if I'm truthful with the 100 and the 20 and that stuff. I love my test match cricket. Just saying. Good afternoon, Stephen Doherty. How are you doing? Doherty, not Doherty. I'm trying to read off the glare. Anyway, good afternoon. And Craig McLean likes cricket. Even been to an Ashes test. Awesome stuff. So, conjure me some action up, Abby. What we got?
We have SAS about 9 minutes out.
There you go. Is that a CRJ 900?
Yes.
There you go. Who doesn't love a CRJ 900? Choppers still not inking the map yet, are they?
No, they've all kind of gone to their rigs.
Yeah, they'll all be home for
means they'll
tea.
be returning.
Rabstab was a cricket lover and got Rab into it in 81. I mean, to be fair, when you get those kind of moments in sport, it's a real hook, isn't it, to young ones? You know,
Yeah.
this is exciting, I want more of it. You know, when I fell in love with Leicester City in the 70s, they didn't win an awful lot, but they used to play some good football. I then discovered, once I'd decided they were my team, that they could also play not such good football for quite a long period of time, but that's just something else. That's the thing. Oh, there's a chopper start-up over yonder. I can see the rotor going. So let's reach into... That's Bristow's over the far side, is it not?
Yeah.
Oh, you see, you think I've got my eye in, but I think my suspicions were aroused by the sign that says Bristow across the top. Yeah, check me out. I know. Anyway, we're just running up, so let's just stay on that for the minute. We'll listen out for the start-up behind us. All right, Natalie Alice watched the same video. I can't remember who the YouTube creator was, and it was Wick with the Eastern Airways flight. Like I was saying, my recollection was I couldn't decide whether they were just annoyed with the fact that Eastern wouldn't let them film anything on the plane. A lot of airlines won't let you do that, so it's not a reason on its own to be peeved. I don't think they paid a lot for their ticket, so you know. Anyway, you make your video. It's your call, isn't it? I suppose it sticks in my head. So that's two of us watched it. So they got at least 2 views. Oh, can you hear another startup? Yeah, it must be the one that's on camera. I thought the acoustics here are strange, aren't they? Because
it like bounces off.
Yeah, it bounces off buildings and other things. So I thought we got a second chopper firing up. I'm definitely all for that. Caroline asks about the pink hand wave. Not entirely sure. We did a lot of waving to Simon Smith, who is our friend in ATC, who's joining us after his shift around 6ish. Take questions from you discerning folks. And Simon did give us a wave from the balcony, so I remember that in particular.
Yeah.
I think that's the most pink hand wavy moment that I can remember at this point in proceedings. So do stick around for that one, or if you've got something to do, rest will be back. We think Simon will be joining us just after 6, so that should be fun. We've got a mixture of pre-submitted questions that people have already given us, and then the rest of it we'll deal through the chat, as long as you don't cause Simon to lose the will to live, because we'd like him to come back again in future shows.
Yeah.
Rather than never again. Good afternoon, Ross McNeil. How are you doing? It is a nice change of setting, isn't it? It is such a special place, Aberdeen. It's just one of those things, isn't it, that from a streaming point of view, certainly for this channel, it's just too far to cover in the winter. You know, lack of daylight, weather risk and all the rest of it. You can make a lot of journey time and just struggle. And of course, for everybody bar Manchester and Heathrow, the winter timetable is quite thin in a lot of airports. Anyway, hope you're keeping well, my friend. Okay. So Simon says, ask Abbie to tell everyone about her experience with Golf Echo Uniform Papa Mike.
EUPM, my first trip to Heathrow. We're coming back up on this plane, and the captain, Simon knew the captain, and managed to get me in the cockpit when we landed back at Aberdeen, and they left me some jobs to do. So I got to cycle the APU and power it down so it's ready to be plugged into the airport ground power unit.
Very good. Trump that, anybody? Good afternoon, Christopher Porter. How are you doing? So Christopher's been through Aberdeen a few times over the years. Not one I've travelled through yet. Mainly because I think the prices are so exorbitant here.
It is quite expensive here.
We were talking about that, weren't we, before we came over with your mum? Saying that, it's a market business, isn't it? At the end of the day, you know, there's only so many seats on a plane, on a connection, and, you know, you're not going to be selling your seats for £1, are you? It doesn't work like that. So Rab's sorting the dinner. Good man. Mohawk, no, I'm definitely not looking at anything yellow with Pegasus in red. Not doing that. Mohawk's worried Tony Rivers could get disappeared. I think Tony Rivers will be one of those refusables. He'll never get disappeared. Oh dear. No, we're going to get a preservation order on Tony Rivers. That's going to be what we're going to do. And get a plaque or something fitted to him.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Claire Brennan. How are you doing, Claire? Mad Matt says 2 choppers are on their way back into Aberdeen. Roger that, Matt.
And here comes the SAS. Can just
And the SAS are on their way in, so I'll just do a quick bit more chat before I risk a telescope. Can't be straying into trouble territory. Right, we've got a Ko-fi donation from Abbie Garvie. Well done, Mum. Thank you so much. I think it's the other way around. I probably should be giving you a Ko-fi donation, Emma, really, because it's all Abbie supporting me. Anyway, these are your fireworks. Thank you so much. So our next plane in, which is just about in. Keep an eye on that chopper for me,
Yep.
Abbie, because I'll go straight to it if it starts moving once this is wheels down. So we've got a Mitsubishi CRJ 900. Where did we say this was from? I've forgotten.
Copenhagen, I think.
Copenhagen.
Nope, Stavanger.
Stavanger. Which we've established is actually in Norway and not in Denmark. Mark's map of the world. I've said before on shows that I think I have flown a 900 as well as the 1000 from Newcastle and found it an incredibly comfortable ride. every bit as good on the inside as it was on the outside, except I think the first time there was a baby that cried the whole flight, but once you kind of filtered that out, what's not to like? And that was easyJet as well. So
Yeah.
they obviously do a lot of wet leasing. In fact, are they a wet lease airline? They might be, mightn't they? They're not scheduled, so...
I think they share, well, they give SAS a lot of their planes.
They were doing a lot with Lufty as well.
Yeah.
Still warming up,
Yep.
the chopper.
Still just sitting there.
So Bristow's, they're all Sikorskis, aren't they?
Yes.
I did do some homework before I came up, seasonal homework, because obviously I've had 6 months to forget what things I learned. So I think Mad Matt said there were 2 choppers on the way in, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just wondering how far out they are.
I can see one of them on radar.
Oh, well, that's parking up is where I'm staying tonight, I think. Well, I know. So I'm holiday in tonight. Got myself a nice points and cash deal there, so that worked out pretty good. So where were we? Emma's Fireworks. Hi to Becky H. Davis. Double-handed way from me to you, Becky. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Sharon JL, I do remember Shane Warne and that ball of the century to Mike Gatting. I remember watching that on my settee like many of us would have done, and like everybody else, absolutely slack jaw, but he was pure rock and roll. I'll be honest with you, I was beyond gutted when he passed before his time. Definitely. Good afternoon, Tony McCall. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new camera caper as well, Tony. It's been that busy at the minute, so I picked the stuff up on Tuesday. Did a bit of an unbox, as you'll know from the members post, and yeah, I can't wait to get my hands on it. Mind you, I'm going to have to start at the beginning and read the instructions. That's always a good place to start. I cannot wait. So back to hellos. Ed Wilson, Toledo. Hello to you. Takeoffs arrive, please. It's a bit of everything, my friend. A bit of everything. Takeoffs, landings, taxis. Taxi. Oh, the easyJet emoji is there. Oh, I know I got confused. It's still on the, I hadn't swapped off the graphic on the emoji menu. I changed it on the actual emoji and didn't do the menu. So, I thought I hadn't done it. It shows you. Good afternoon, Lottie Lou. How are you doing, Lottie Lou? Good afternoon as well to Roger Knott. 10 more likes for 200, says Gary Fleming, and I'm behind on messages. That's 16:36, so I'm 4 minutes behind and closing. Picking my feet up. Always takes me a while to get my eye in at Aberdeen. Dino has very generously gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Dino, and that went to Kieran and Mags. And you can hear that sound in the background. We've got a chopper on the move. So Dino, awesome support, buddy. Fireworks for you, my friend. Tony Rivers, you might want to consider that I've pointed you towards the wrong hotel as well with that message. I'm just saying. Yeah, Mohawk Scotland says it so well. Superb support team, absolutely superb. Good afternoon, Jonathan McD. How's tricks? Looking anxiously for a helicopter that I think will show its way around the conifers. Dino, take care, mate, and thanks again for that gifted membership. Super stuff, buddy. Super stuff. DB Bassman is in the house. I'm going to have to move for this helicopter because I know it's going to come out from behind this conifer.
We also have a Loganair on approach.
Loganair from?
Sombra.
I'm going to be alert in every direction. This is where it gets tricky. So obviously watching the approach, I'm watching the offshore helicopters compound, and of course Bristow's have got one moving. This is what makes it good. Hi to David Bone. How are you doing, pal? You're 4 miles away near the beautifully sunny park at Hazelhead. Which way do I point for Hazelhead? Abbie's on the spot. We're going to have a different thing. It's going to be Ask Simon tonight, Ask Abbie tomorrow. Cricket, clubs and other sunny parks.
That was towards Aberdeen.
So roughly the way the camera's pointing, folks, is roughly where Ian would be. It's a great day for it, it really is. Right, I've got to the bottom of the chat. And that's just about timed reasonably well because we do have that Loganair on final approach from Sombra, that being an ATR 42500. At Edinburgh, we these days only seem to see the 76s.
Yeah, the 500s are like the older variants that Loganair have.
In fact, it's interesting, we don't actually get that many Loganair prop movements during our shows at Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Some Exeter, sometimes Newquay. Anyway, that helicopter hasn't come out from behind the bushes. That's one of your missions there, to keep an eye on that, Abbie.
Keep an eye on the helicopter.
Save me. Right. Lord help me. Anyway, here's our inbound Loganair ATR. Hear a sound that tells me I need to look at the chat. I will do that in a jiff. That Bristow's helicopter over the far side is still warming up. So while I think on, and many of the members in the show will already know this, thinking back to Tony McCall's comment about the camera as well. So we've got a new camera and we'll be working our way in with that to swap things over. Probably middle of the month is the plan, once we've worked out practical things like power consumption and how to use the thing, stuff like that. But we'll do a lot of that stuff, all the sort of and commissioning stuff. There'll be members only streams, so members will have the chance to be able to just pop in, say hi, see what we're doing, that kind of thing. There won't be formal streams, just kind of track day, if you think about it that way. Go back to that chopper because I know it's going to move. One of them's going to move. Good afternoon, Ian Nicholson. How are you doing, buddy? Tony Rivers, I'm a great believer in what works, and if you can bring expertise into the show, let's do that. It's all about tilting the odds. 200 likes up, says HTC, so thank you very much. This burst of fireworks is for everybody that's been kind enough to hit the like. And if you've yet to do so, please do give us that love. Right, Kofi moment from another great friend of the channel, and that is Scottish Linda, who says, get yourself an ice cream or else, and you'll know if I didn't. Might as well treat myself. Whatever you say, boss. God love you, Scottish Linda. That is so kind of you. I will follow the order to the letter. These fireworks for you. It's moving this time, isn't it? I feel it.
Yeah.
If it isn't, I'm starting to get imaginative.
We also have a British Airways, about 8 miles.
Oh right, is that the A321?
Yeah.
Right, folks. The show's big plane, our big jet, our A321, is on its way in. Oh, hang on a minute, another Kofi. And we've already had support from Big DC, and now we've got a Kofi. Something towards your tea, Abbie and Mark. And that is a £5 Kofi donation. Big DC, big thumbs up, big smile. These fireworks are for you. Ian Nicholson has dropped us a gifted membership as well. Awesome stuff, my friend, as ever. And that's gone to Jamie's World. So, Ian Nicholson, thank you so much, my friend. Fireworks on. Stand back. Stand by. Now this feels like a chopper time moment. I'm just convinced that it's all going to break loose.
Oh yeah, there they are. They're lining up.
Oh, there we go. Chopper time. See? We thought something was in the offing. It's taking a bit of teasing out. So this is offshore helicopters.
Yeah.
And is this one of those helibuses?
Yeah, it's the H175.
You didn't even look, did you, and you knew? I'm impressed. I know this might sound slightly left of centre, Abby. Have you ever been in one of these helicopters?
No, but if someone gave me the opportunity, I would go in one.
But even on the ground, when you've been on work experience?
I've been in the ones on the ground, but I've not been in the air in one.
No. What are they like? As in on the ground?
On the ground, if it does feel a bit cramped when you go inside.
That's what I'm imagining. And there's some fairly long journeys to be made in these as well, isn't there? Just wondering about the comfort stakes.
Can see
I'm sensing
British
you're going to tell
Airways
me British Airways are
Yep, they're just over
not to
there.
be trifled with. So we'll take the camera down the right end. Give you a chance to have a quick look in the chat very quickly and try and catch up. Good afternoon, Jill Champion. How are you doing, Jill? Mohawk Scotland, Pegasus rules, Kofi donation, and Mark managed to spot it too. All unlikely stuff. You're a legend, Graham. Thank you so much. Hats off to Mohawk Scotland. Fireworks on. And now, let's get on this British Airways A321 arrival. Have we got a Neo or is it
Neo,
a CO?
yeah. Tango November Echo Echo is the registration.
Thank you, Abby. Looks quite serene. Chopper moving, Eastern are moving. Did we do Graham's fireworks? I think we did, didn't we? Because we broke off for the inbound aircraft. Your mum says that you've had KLM over the house, and that was 1652.
That'll be heading.
Oh, we are still in 1652. At least we are on my tablet. Graham, you've been very generous to us, but I do not foresee Pegasus managing to steal plane of the day in this show. Right, Chopper's in the foreground, so let's have a bit of that. So good afternoon and welcome. I'm mindful, of course, that people come and go all of the time. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to find what you're looking for. People come and go all the time. So welcome to Aberdeen Airport in the company of Mark and Abby for our tea time show. Thursday tea time show. Good afternoon, Alexandra Ward. How's tricks? Just in time for a bit of heli action. Check out those sounds. Right, so what have we got to look at? British Airways trundling into their gate, Eastern Airways about to flee the coop,
And KLM's just been clear to land.
and the KLM that's overflown your house. That's handy as well, isn't it? So we've got Emma on advanced spotting duties. It's the job that Sam Thurlaway normally does for us at Newcastle Airport. I think we're going to have to go to the KLM actually. It seems to be in pole position in the race to attract my attention. Yep, let's do that. So when I arrived, the KLM flight that was in at the time, that was in the rather spiffing SkyTeam livery, kind of all silver looking ensemble. Pretty classy.
It is a nice livery.
Much as I love the smiley dolphin look. Right, as soon as these guys vacate,
Eastern will take
Eastern
off.
will be going. Ooh, what have we got off the coast? We have a number 9 tracked in the world Eurofighter Typhoon.
Come from Losso, be heading back to base.
This wants to come through here, really. Share the love. Right. We'll stay with KLM for the minute, and as soon as that jet stream starts rolling, I'll pick it up on the roll. There we go. Sounds like a swarm of bees, doesn't it?
It does. Is that the regular KLM that you tend to get, the 195E2, or? Yeah, it switches between the E2 and the 190. And then obviously they have the 175.
Oh, I love the 175s.
It's so small.
Yeah, but the wingtips are just crazy, aren't they? Scale-wise, it's like they've been nicked off a blooming Delta 767. It's
Yeah.
just, but no, I've got a soft spot for the 175. So let's get back on the chat, get back on point. Lloyd says you had Pegasus here many moons ago. See, all good things come to an end, don't they? I'm nearly peeing my pants at the notion as well. All good things come to an end. It's with severe and sad regret that Pegasus announced the cessation of services from Aberdeen. That's me, not anybody else.
That's a typhoon overhead.
It is, isn't it? But I've got no eyes on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the moon.
Oh yeah, there's the moon.
I can see the moon, but I can't see the typhoon that's growling away.
Yeah.
Caroline says tea time show sounds wonderful. The only thing that's actually missing is a bit of tea, really. As in a pot of tea
Yeah.
and something to eat. But you know, can't have it all. Got the sunshine, and I put a big premium on the sunshine.
There's a helicopter that's not too far away.
Ooh, just about hear it as well.
There.
Got eyes on it as well, yeah. Whose is that one then? What we're getting?
OHS, so Offshore Helicopter Services, come in next to us.
Ah, OHS. It sounds like a furniture store when you say it like that. Well, am I thinking of ELS? People of a certain age in the UK will remember ELS, Once Upon a Time. Once Upon a Time. Ah, David Bone flew up on the A321. Where's it gone? Let's go to the right. Had the new plane smell. I've never had the privilege of a new plane smell experience. Have you, Abbie?
I think I have a few times. It's actually quite a nice smell when you just get in and it's like, oh, this aircraft's just been recently delivered.
Chopper in. I think I'm more familiar with the smell of stale sun cream. Posts. Anyway, Carol Ann, breakfast show tomorrow. Good afternoon, aviation and railway. No, we never saw the typhoon.
No.
We heard it.
Heard it.
I got all excited when I saw it on flight radar. Abbie was a bit more sort of wise to what might happen next, but I'm like, oh, typhoon, typhoon.
Got an Aer Lingus coming in.
Oh yeah, just about got eyes on that. So is that going to be Belfast or is it
Dublin.
Dublin? 50-50 shot. Do you get both connections here?
I want to say it's just Dublin.
You're under duress. You're coast to coast around the world. This happens to me at Edinburgh all the time. I'm like, I'll guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think Loganair have the Belfast route.
Well, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? I'm often staggered by how much Dublin and Belfast connections there are for Edinburgh and, for that matter, Newcastle, actually, but more Edinburgh. Still, is what it is. If Aviation and Railway has actually nailed it there, Aer Lingus from Dublin. I'll put you on the inbound plane next. Just want to get to the bottom of the chat. So what? Let's bring the camera up and back onto the KLM, I think. Hi to Malky. I don't think I've said hi to Malky. How are you doing? Hazel D would love to go to Dubai. I've never been.
Never been. No.
They say it's not a good place to go plane spotting though.
No, you're not. I think they have rules about taking pictures and filming there.
Stringently enforced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be one of the places that people like Hammy and other friends in the show have suggested I go. Baghdad, Kabul, Dubai. Oh. I think actually I did see something in the chat the other day about me going on Pegasus to Istanbul. I'm not sure they're that keen on plane spotting.
I'm not sure.
I need someone else to go, live stream and tell me that it was all great, because I'm not really for any of this Midnight Express kind of, you know, excitement. I'm nearly a pensioner when all's said and done. Well, I'm a pensioner on point of accuracy. Yeah, back to the chaps.
We've got Loganair coming in from Manchester. It's the next arrival.
So Mark Brightspark, my colleague is Abbie. Abbie is Chief of Operations for Plain Sailing Aviation at Aberdeen. We figured it's the way to go with the success of Linda Cooper and Mohawk Scotland at Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Definitely the way to go. So, Loganair on their way in with an ERJ 145.
Yep. From Manchester.
You know, strangest of things, I found British Midland, you know the British Midland building round the corner?
Yeah.
Still exists in my sat-nav as a go-to place. Strange as that. I'll tell you what I was struck by. I don't think Jamie Miller is in the show. Jamie, if I've missed you, sorry I've overshot there, I was just trying to look in the chat. Jamie flew from Edinburgh recently with Loganair to Southampton, I think it was. I'm sorry Jamie if I've misremembered that bit of it. But I was struck, he posted, you may have seen the same footage on the Facebook group, the PSA Crew Lounge, how quiet the ERJ 145 was on takeoff. Really surprised. I know they're not thunderously noisy on the outside, but it seemed pretty quiet to me inside the cabin. I think I'm going to reach for that fleece in a minute. I was kind of smiling to myself thinking, I reckon I can manage show end.
We have another Loganair on approach.
Righty-ho. What we got this time?
Sombra ATR 72-600.
Nice one, Abbie. Crikey, that plane's nearly ghosted in. I was kind of enjoying the ambience just a bit too much. Good afternoon, John McGovern. Buy a mic. Got one, got two, may have three. How's things brewing up in the North Sea? Have we got any choppers?
We have, I can see one that looks like it's coming back.
Wideroe.
Another one that I think would be coming back as well. Potentially two that'll come back.
Coming home to roost for their tea.
Yep.
Spot on. Yeah, Jonathan McD. I probably do need to toughen up, but I'm too old to learn new habits. So going back to the chat about Dubai, David Bone talking about it being good but overrated. Aren't they moving to a new multi-billion-pound airport in Dubai? Got a feeling they are. I'm sure I've seen that in Airline of World ages ago. Some gargantuan thing. I mean, let's be honest, in the UK we're going to struggle to build the extra runway at Heathrow for the next 20 odd years or something. I think in Poland as well, I think they've built or building a big airport in the middle of the country, which strategically sounds very sensible, rather than attaching it to a specific city. Anyway, don't worry, aviation and railway. I don't think it's going to be our day for typhoons here. I don't know if you think I'm wrong, Abbie, but
Probably would have to be some exceptional circumstances for one to land.
unforeseeable and exceptional.
Yep.
Yeah. John, you might want to turn your stuff up a little bit, because everybody else on the sound checks were fine, and I never set the sound just on one post, if that makes sense. So if other people are struggling on sound, do let us know, but we haven't changed any of the settings since that early phase of the show. So you might want to turn your volume up. Equally, if for some reason something's lost its setting, we'll fiddle around with it. Thank you, Alibi58. I didn't think, oh crikey, I just failed to put my camera on lock. The easyJet wend their way out for Stavanger.
Yep.
Turn that one round pretty quickly.
Yeah, they don't tend to stay on the ground too long.
Good afternoon. In fact, we might be getting closer to good evening to good afternoon. Where are we? 17:17? Just 17:17. Is 5 o'clock where it becomes evening, or is that 6 o'clock? What do you
Maybe
reckon?
around 5-ish.
I think 5-ish, generally
Yeah.
speaking. People are in from work. Yeah. Melon Pan 78. Good evening to you. We'll settle on evening. And Deb08 said her son loved Dubai, it was so clean. See, that's a redeeming feature, definitely.
Yeah.
It's just fascinating as you see the kind of balance of power kind of transition towards the Middle Eastern airline powerhouses with their facilities, big fleets. I mean, as a young spotter starting out in the 70s, I don't even remember Emirates. I don't know when they started, but I'm pretty certain they weren't flying into Heathrow in the mid-70s. Anyone knows different, do correct me. Keith Cornell, trust me, I am too old to learn resilience. I've got what I got. So as our easyJet departure takes the runway, we wait with bated breath. Welcome to the show if you've just joined us. If you've just got in from work, I hope the day has gone by quickly. Crunchy day tomorrow. Thank Crunchy, it's Friday. Sorry about the post in view. Thank you, Alibi58. Great timing on the likes. Folks, please do drop us the like. Helps so much. Sorry, I didn't quite keep up with that. The sun absolutely dazzled me. Kind of having to push the peak cap down to keep it out of my eyes. Sunglasses next show.
Yeah.
Didn't seem like I would. Didn't think I'd need it or need them. But let's go back to the smiley dolphin. Graham's now commuting home, so we talked about finishing for the day. Friday, nearly there. Wine o'clock indeed, Roger Not. Kick back, take it steady, enjoy some planes, whether that's with a glass of something nice, a pot of tea, or whatever your preferred Tipperleys. Share the planes and choppers with Mark and Abbie at Aberdeen Airport through till, we think, somewhere between 6:30 and 7 o'clock. Hoping very much still to be joined by Simon from ATC around 6 onwards, so that's going to be fun, and
Yep.
we've got some questions to put to Simon, so stand by for that. Right, I've just spotted a potential issue, but let's just see if that does the business. Yeah, did the business.
We have a Loganair just turning over the waypoint for runway 16.
Very good. See, we've got a chopper transponding as well, a Leonardo AW189. I just can't.
Oh, that's the Coast Guard.
Oh, is that these still?
It's still out. It might be returning. I think it came back about this time yesterday.
Ah, very good. Thank you, Trevor, for confirming on the earlier conversation on sound. I'm trying to catch up a little bit. Where are we now? Getting there, close to. It's always best, of course, with sound to make sure you've got several people's verdicts, because obviously we all have our devices set at our preferred listening level. And I always say this place is very hard to set sound at if you're setting up during a noisy phase.
Yeah.
It just is. And as always, it was noisy when we set up, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh, screen goes green. And another piece of fantastic generosity from Ian Nicholson, gifting a membership to Plain Sailing Aviation. And Elliot is the beneficiary of that. Welcome aboard, Elliot. I don't know if you're in the show, but if you're hearing this, great to have you with us. Now, Alibi 58, I've never tried Henderson's relish, but meat and potato pie sounds the biz, defo. Now you've put that idea in my head, that is a powerful idea. Right, so fireworks for Ian Nicholson is the first order of business while I think about meat and potato pies. Thank you, Ian, you're a great mate. Right, this is the moment I'm switching over. So you can hear a bit of rustling. I can only apologise. Oh, that feels snug. Righty ho. That feels really good. It feels really good. Just like finding a £20 note you didn't know you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger, I thought Emirates was the national carrier for United Arab Emirates. Am I missing the thread on that one? If you in that conversation, Abbie?
Because I think Emirates, it's either Emirates or Etihad. Emirates are more prominent in Dubai.
Ah.
I think Etihad are more Abu Dhabi.
Good point, because there are lots of bits in that puzzle, isn't
Yeah.
there? Tony Rivers, I'm not taking any any advice out of your kind comments. I'll be baffled. I'll be turning left when I should be going right. Siobhan Everett, hello to you, Siobhan.
Here comes this Loganair.
Loganair from
Norwich.
Loganair from Norwich. Kushti. Good afternoon and welcome to Christopher Boys. How you keeping, Christopher? I'm keeping well at this end, mate. In good shape. Enjoying the best day's weather I've ever spotted planes at Aberdeen. It really is good. You don't need a coat to come here, folks. If you're thinking of coming here, leave your coat at home.
Yeah.
Don't worry about with an umbrella. Perhaps an extra fleece if you want to spoil yourself.
The Irish Coast Guard is routing in behind the Embraer, which has just landed.
Excellent. Just about got eyes on it as well. That was good timing there, Abbie. Good timing. So we're going to go straight to the inbound chopper. I'm just quickly zooming down to the bottom of the chat. Rab is back in the chat. I'm with you, Big DC. I love a T-tail jet as well. So the Irish Coast Guard. Oops, over zoomed it. Not making too big a target for us at the minute, but we'll get there. Yep, I pretty much love that. Well, I'm seeing a lot of Nordsee canary yellow emoji in the chat. Have we got one of them coming?
Not that I can see on radar.
I really want to see more than one of them. Ah, Mark Bright Sparks got them going too. We are lacking an Irish Coast Guard emoji, to be fair. So out of all the places you've been airside here, work experience and whatever,
Yeah.
which sticks in your head the most? Which,
They all kind of stick in for like different reasons.
yeah, you've got to pick one.
Oh.
Well, perhaps you can't. Maybe it genuinely is as close as...
Yeah. It's like I loved my 3 days I had at the airport, and then the week with CHC was also amazing. It's like everything that they let me do, and like getting up so close to like all the aircraft and everything.
Memories that you're going to long
Yeah.
cherish.
And like, I think one thing that sticks out from the work experience with Aberdeen was sitting in a pushback tug for a KLM and just being in that whilst they push it back. It's like
Crackers.
quite cool, just being right up close to them.
Yeah, I can get down with that. I honestly can't think of anywhere cooler to work than an airport. Eddie and I often talk about that side of things. I don't think I'd fancy the shift work these days. I kind of did shifts in the first half of my career, and you kind of, I don't know. I think being up at 3 in the morning would be quite hard for me these days. But just the sights, the sounds, and yeah. Linda Cooper posts some cracking pictures from Edinburgh, and it's like, yeah, imagine every day you're doing stuff and you can look out the window and you can see that.
Plane.
Yeah. Having a look, see who's getting gas. I can't quite work out. Is that a West Atlantic, do you think, there? Is that usually where the West Atlantic goes?
Yeah, that's where they usually park.
Yeah, it is West Atlantic. Just give me an eye in on that. Wouldn't that be a treat if that went out early? Just before 7 would do nicely.
Yep.
So Keith Cornell says we've got a Eurofighter nigh on 50,000 feet heading towards Aberdeen.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Gonna have to scrub off a bit of height before it's any use to us, Casey. But it is heading exactly towards Aberdeen. Number 3 tracked worldwide as well, so well, hope springs eternal, but I think that's a straight overfly.
Yeah, probably heading back to Lossiemouth.
I won't try and chase it because at 40,000 odd feet, trying to get on a fast jet is going to be a fairly fruitless activity.
We have a Loganair on approach.
Okay.
Can't quite see it yet.
Let me have a wander down the slope. Not quite yet. You know when they come in the other end? I'm always down like this, trying to look down the conifers. How goes it, Sam Furlaway? Scottish Linda wants to know, is that your normal accent? I don't think you're suggesting Abbie's got a radio voice that she's putting on specially for the show, Scottish Linda, or is that how you normally sound?
I think I have a radio voice for when I'm doing my flying, like making it a bit more like pronounced on what I'm saying, but no, that's pretty much my normal accent.
Yeah, I have to say, this is the second time I've met you, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Abbie sounded exactly like this last time. So I'm pretty confident we've got authentic Abbie.
Yep.
She's not putting on a Sunday best or any of those things. She's getting it exactly as it occurs. Good afternoon, or good evening. I think I've moved into evening mode now. So Oliver Dots, hello to you. Oh, got a chopper inbound, I think. Looks like a Bristow
Oh yeah.
Sikorsky S92A Helibus on their way in for their tea. Pretty much vectoring towards that Typhoon, although obviously considerably different height. The helicopter currently just over 1,000 feet over the North Sea. The Eurofighter a long, long way above that.
Yep.
Ah, Scottish Linda thinks you sound posh. That's a good thing. Oh yes. You can put that on your CV. I've presented a live YouTube show and received rave reviews for my commentary.
Yep.
BBC posh. Although I don't think BBC is posh these days, but people of a certain age in the chat, I know there's one or two that are similar to me, will say, yeah, BBC back in the 70s, they always had accents like nobody that lived on your street or even anywhere you've ever been.
Yeah.
Has to be said. Thank you, Alibi58. 251 likes. Let's smash the fireworks for a quick thank you. That's for everybody that's hit the like. So if you're in the show, please do show us that love if you've yet to hit the like button. And if you're watching but not in the chat, take the plunge. Great group in there. Let's shoot the breeze. And as well, Alibi's really on A game, really on A game. So there's also the Facebook group. So if you are a member of the channel, and there's a number of people that have been lucky enough to be gifted by Friends of Plain Sailing Aviation, and you're a Facebooker, that's the way to go. If you're yet to do Facebook, that's still the way to go, I think. I mean, I never got into Facebook until we set the channel up, and even then I think we had the channel for probably a year before we went with the Facebook group. You were going to tell me that ATR were coming in, weren't you? You're just trying to build a bit of drama and get certain people too excited. Right. So this is the ATR from Kirkwall, isn't it? I think.
It is. Yep, from Kirkwall. ATR 72600.
Ah, one of the new ones.
Registration Lima Mike Tango Bravo.
Excellent. I might be wrong, that didn't look terribly full.
No. He'll come off the intersection.
I see a lot of empty seats. We've also got, let's just break off there, because the Smiley Dolphin is pushing back. And I'm fairly confident we'll see at least one more Loganair ATR during the show.
Probably.
I'm pretty certain this will be the last KLM 195E2 in the show.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Oliver Dots. I have to say, Aberdeen is just something out on its own. So our regular airports of Edinburgh and Newcastle have their own competing charms. Aberdeen is just so different from those two, and everywhere else it is just, yeah, you just got to settle down with a pot of tea, haven't you, or your snacks of choice, and just suck it up, because it is fantastic. Always helps though if the weather's good,
Yeah.
as I was saying earlier on a few times. Perfect conditions, really. Well, that typhoon looks to me like it. Oh no, it's a different typhoon. There's a couple tracking in, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
For a minute I thought it was frozen. Ooh, I know what you mean, Tony Austin, when it comes to the kip. I'm on a really crummy cycle asleep at the minute, but partly because I'm kind of getting myself too excited about what's happening the next day. So obviously coming here today was that. Picking up the new camera on Tuesday was that. The Edinburgh streams at the weekend as well was that, you know, where we stayed for the evening stream on the Sunday. It's been wall to wall Mardi Gras. So Lloyd says, noticed a couple of spotters at the fence over the other side near stand 1.
Oh yeah, I see them.
What, those two over there?
Yeah.
Oh, let's just zoom in. Let's have a look. Wait a minute. I had them. There they are. They're on the move to a better spot.
Oh yeah, they are moving.
Got a chopper firing up. Oh, it's the inbound, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
it's
there's
those acoustics that just.
Inbound.
Which track's it taking? I thought it was going to be coming
Where is it?
the other side of the Gamma, but it sounds now like it's closer to us.
Behind us.
This is why streaming here on your own is pretty tricky actually, because when things do start moving you can't always work out where it's coming from.
Yeah.
So that'll be the Bristow helicopter, won't it, that I was talking about, it seems
Yeah.
like 10-20 minutes ago now. We'll try and keep up with the plane. I'm trying to scroll the chat along with my right hand and pan with my left. I think I'll concentrate on one task at a time. Hey up, Simon.
Hello.
Right, folks, so the legend that is Simon from ATC is now stood behind us. Oh, hang on a minute, I'm not even concentrating on the pan again. So you got box office. You can't put a price on that. How's your day been?
Slow. It's been quiet today everywhere.
What time does work start, or what time did today start?
Oh, it's 10 o'clock today. But yeah, it's not the busiest days on all the sectors today. Weird.
So folks, what we'll do once we get that moment, we've got Simon's very sportingly agreed to take questions. He might regret that in due course. Oh, hang on a minute.
On an unofficial capacity. Anybody comment on me? Slagging.
Right. Check that Wookiee sound out. BA have pushed back as well.
Aer Lingus is pushing as well.
There you go. It's the tea time rush. So, in reverse order, Abbie mentioned the Aer Lingus ATR had pushed. There you go, strumming her away like a good one. And to the right, pointing the right way, British Airways with their 321 returning to HQ. And it kind of feels like we want a chopper.
There is one on approach.
Yeah, choppers are us. Good morning to you, GRWW. Good evening, of course, here at Aberdeen. You being all the way the other side of the pond. Right, here's our next chopper. Try and get on it cleanly. Now, from the last time I met you, Simon, the one thing that really sticks in my head, and there was a number of good things there, but it was, I'm sure you told us that the Saab 340 engine, is it the Saab 340 engine, is in at least one of these types of chopper. I can't remember which.
Yeah, the core part of the engine, I believe, is the same. I think it's Pratt & Whitney. But obviously, just the way you take the power from the engine and the shafts vary. You've got a turbo shaft in the helicopters, so the shaft from the engine goes into the gearbox to the engines, whereas the Saab 340 is turbo prop, so obviously powers the prop. And the 146 jet, I think, has the same core engine as what's in the Chinooks.
And that's the kind of stuff we like, plain sailing aviation.
When the S92 start up, they make a bit of a howl, a bit like the noise you get off the Embraer 82s there. When start to get a bit of a howl like that. And the Saab 340s used to do the same as well.
Oh, I'm loving the chat on the music. I wish I was more in it. I'd seen Orange Juice, Big Country, the Skids. Skids became Big Country. Did not know that. See, you find something new out every day on a live stream. Yorkshire Biker says, hello Simon, as does Natalie Alice.
Which part of Yorkshire? I'm part Yorkshire.
There you go, Yorkshire Biker. Which part of Yorkshire? Oh, got a couple of planes moving, and I was going for the ATR and realised that the British Airways 321 was on the roll.
We have another British Airways that will be landing shortly.
It's two of the newest British Airways planes.
Yep.
Do me a favour, Abby, because I'm a little bit behind on the chat. See where Yorkshire Biker says which part of Yorkshire it is.
Yep.
I mean, I know which part of Yorkshire it is, but it's his question. And whilst that's happening, hi to Jonas Francisco Machado. Welcome to Aberdeen. You are in the company of Mark, Abby and Simon as we bring you the tea time action on the world's busiest heliport.
My parents live in Malton.
We have another helicopter coming in as well.
Ooh, good stuff. You can't have too many helicopters in the show.
It's going over Hatton and Fintry, so not too far from here.
Tony McCall says hi.
For Yorkshire Biker, my parents live in Malton. Although my father's currently in hospital in Scotland. Oh, my sister's about to move to near Skipton, a little village called Empsey.
Oh, hi Lindsay. Is that Lindsay McCall then? Time for some online shopping as well, Lindsay. Pleased to meet you.
You can see that helicopter turning onto finals now.
Oh, good stuff. Got good eyes, Abby. Chance for a couple more highs very quickly. Hi to senseless dusts, trains and planes. Any fighters? There seem to be a few hopping around in the sea at altitude, but no, we're not expecting to feature in the show. Scottish Linda says hi as well. Hi Simon.
Hello.
I think at this rate of knots we should have created a Simon emoji. That'd have been the first.
here goes the British Airways.
There was a certain telescope team. I was transfixed by the chopper.
And then just behind that is another British Airways that's on final approach.
That is some top synchronisation. Yep, my eyes on. Thank you, Abbie. That inbound British Airways departing Heathrow an hour ago, or thereabouts. So Yorkshire Biker says, Simon, I often stop in Bolton when heading out on the bike.
Yeah, as do a lot of bikers.
No way, Les Donaldson. It was on the move.
Tyres are still on the runway.
Exactly that. If the rubber is touching the asphalt, it's not a telescope. What did I get pinched for the other day? Missing a pilot wave.
Yeah.
That's creating new categories. Missing somebody going up the steps or something.
Sat on the left.
The Aer Lingus is lining up now.
And that snuck out as well.
And on this, we have some important passengers. We have Simon's partner, Vicky's sister, Emily, and her kids, Sophie and Jack. They are sitting on the left, are they?
Yeah,
Whereabouts?
just by the engine.
By the
Just
engine.
next to the engine.
And they're flying to Dublin and then to Dubai because that's where they live.
Ah,
They
very
should have
cool.
been on British Airways, but they were due to fly on the 21st here and got to the airport and found out that Heathrow had closed. So rebooked with Emirates.
That camera post is a real nuisance though.
Yeah.
Not that considering the effect for casual spotters is any part of where to put it, but so Rab H asks, are you in the chat anyway, are you?
Dipping in and out.
Dipping in and out. So I don't know if you've seen this. Do you control the choppers from the tower?
Everything.
All kit caboodle. Right, what's next? Loganair, I think.
Loganair. We're
Scotland's finest.
going back to Sombra.
Just come off somewhere already.
That was the one that came in looking fairly lightly loaded, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Certainly seemed to be a lot of empty seats as it came by.
Also looks like one of the flight school planes will be returning shortly.
Super stuff. I to Phil W. So Keith Cornell asks, as and when he can get to Esher, I'll be getting the biggest wave I've ever got from any pilot. Look forward to it, KC. Look forward to it. .265 on the likes. Awesome stuff as we march towards 300. We are into the last hour of the show now. Not quite sure exactly when the finish will be. The action will decide that, but somewhere between here and 7 o'clock. Right, I think.
We've got another
Oh,
Loganair.
where's this one going?
It's not on radar, but I would think it's Birmingham.
Great shout, Abbie. So, Loganair, ERJ 145, off to Brom. Enough said. Scottish Linda would like you, Simon, to exert some influence on Loganair and get a Edinburgh to Manchester connection. Have you got that kind of leverage?
Unfortunately not.
He did try.
I thought they used to do that.
Well, at Newcastle, we lost our Loganair connection. The Aberdeen flight, weren't it? And
Yeah.
Teesside, I think, as well. In fact, am I correct in recollecting that they dropped the Aberdeen-Glasgow connection as well, or was that something they've put on? I couldn't.
Aberdeen-Glasgow?
Do you have an Aberdeen-Glasgow?
No.
No. I must be imagining that. I know they scaled back and they were saying they were doing it so they could repurpose aircraft onto other routes. Right, this could be a good moment to ask some questions.
Back and
I'll get them ready.
Okay, so we have a helicopter at Newbra, so not too far from here, and then the flying club will be coming back as well.
Okay, good stuff. So Scottish Linda, it sounds like the train is the way in the meantime until Loganair see the commercial sense of laying that one on. It is weird how some of the connections don't seem to be on the map that should be on the map.
Yeah.
And of course British Airways just wants to route everything through Heathrow, doesn't it? Gatwick and London City to lesser extents. Hold fire, Yorkshire biker, hold fire. When Simon comes back, we will start diving in on the questions. So if you hang on to where Yorkshire biker's question is.
And I think
Thanks.
Alibi 58
Is there an Alibi?
have just asked.
There's one below
for
that as well, isn't there?
Yep.
Alibi. I think they're the first two that I see in the chat. I've got some other ones you see that I've lifted off the community post, and Where else have I seen? Oh, emails. That was
Yeah.
the other thing I said, weren't it? Emails. Good evening, Alan T. How are you doing? Looks like we've got another chopper winding up on the far side, lest my eyes deceive me.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Can I hear something as
I
well?
start to hear that helicopter. Where is it? Oh, I see it. It's just coming over the top of the Loganair hangar.
Okay, we will be on that inbound chopper, folks. Inbound chopper. No worries, Yorkshire biker. We figured we'd kind of play it fluidly anyway, so pre-submitted questions through the mailbox or the comments, the chat, and then we'll kind of circle back and just make sure we haven't missed anything. So the chopper I was watching is the one that came in, it turns out. We're just winding down. But we do have an inbound ride coming our way.
This one will come in past us as well because it's OHS.
Oh, excellent.
We have a Loganair coming out as well.
Yeah, great spot, Abby. Great spot. Just the one that's cutting into shot. But we're going to leave that because it's chopper time, folks. Chopper time. Okay, should we take the plunge with a couple of questions?
Well, somebody was asking earlier about whether you just do the helicopters or do the planes in the tower. I mean, for the airport, you have to do everything. Because you can't sort of really have two separate controllers controlling the same runway.
No.
With different types. So yeah, everything's done the same. And then Aberdeen approach as well. But the offshore sectors are generally helicopters, but then anything else that flies in there, survey flights, sometimes military stuff.
Oh, what's going on there?
As well.
Just going to pan over your head, Abby. See 3 fire tenders.
Oh yeah.
They've not got the blue lights flashing. So
Nah.
We've got that Cessna on finals as well.
Way to go. Delve another question out for Simon. So was that Yorkshire Bikers question or Alibis? I can't remember.
I think it was someone earlier. Yorkshire Biker asks you, is tower and ground ATC combined here?
It is when it's quiet enough, but most of the day it's separate, tower and ground.
Do we have time for another one before the Cessna lands?
Definitely. Let's go for it.
Okay.
It's not that noisy, is it?
No. Alibi 58 asks, Simon, what is the procedure for royal flights into ABZ, as I'm sure they won't go in a hold?
No, well, royal flights, heads of state, they come under certain categories of flight. So, class C, from memory. So, for example, emergency helicopters, police helicopters, they're Cat A. The helimeds, any rescue call signs, so they will have priority over everything. But anything that's designated as a royal flight or a head of state flight will then get priority over, say, your normal scheduled flights. So yeah, they won't be expected to go in a hold unless it's bad weather. And it's notified in advance, so if we get a royal flight coming in here, we know in advance.
Yep. We have the Cessna.
So here's a question for you, Simon, just back of my head. How long does it actually take to qualify as an air traffic controller?
Well, there's a 3-month basic course, and then you get streamed into what specific type of controlling you're going to do. So for example, if you're going to do area controlling, so down at the NATS training college, you've got another, I don't know if it's the same, but it used to be 2 further courses of about 3 months each. So you're talking from start to finish down there, 9 months, like 10 months would be the quickest. If you're going to go down the airport route, then you do a 3-month basic and then another 3 months aerodrome controlling course. With just that, you can go to the London airports, because at the London airports they don't actually do the radar. That's all done down in Swanwick. Or you could just go and do an approach radar course and then be based at terminal control in Swanwick. Or you could do tower course for 3 months, approach for 3 months, and then come somewhere like here.
Thank you, Simon.
The length of training it takes then when you get posted can vary. So I mean, some of our offshore sectors might only take 4 to 5 months. Tower can take a year.
And do you have to do any kind of reaccreditation after a period of time?
Yeah, you have to do annual revalidation every year.
I was wondering if it was in some way similar to how it is for the aviators, because you have to know a truckload of stuff, don't you? And of course,
Yeah.
as
Well, even just as a PPL, from when I had my PPL many years ago, I think you had to do a certain amount of hours, but you also had to do at least 12 takeoff and landings, possibly. At least one had to be with an instructor to check you out. There's certain criteria like that in order to keep it going. I can't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, the same with us. We're sort of constantly having various assessments.
I see in the chat, just interrupting, Les Donaldson and Nell W-8 getting excited about the Wideroe
Yep.
arrival.
Wideroe's not too far out.
Contain yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Oh dear. Right, I've got some other questions as well, which I'll try and feed in. whilst watching out for the Wideroe. Not any others I've missed is off the top of your head, Abbie.
And if you want to know how long I've been doing air traffic control, it's Abbie's age minus 3 days. Because one of the last things I did before I drove to Bournemouth for my training was go round to Abbie's parents and drop off a present for them for having Abbie.
That make you feel old or young?
Makes me feel old.
Oh dear. Do you not remember that day?
No.
I'll show you pictures.
Oh dear.
It was live streamed on Facebook.
Right, if I just stay with this Loganair departure and see if I can get the questions up, if I can see where I'm looking. In fact, I'm just going to go back and wedge on the West Atlantic for a second. Just bear with me, folks. Right, here we go. So, now W-8 asks, are there any additional requirements concerning weight turbulence that you have to take into account when dealing with the mix of helicopters and planes into Aberdeen?
That's probably the hardest thing to deal with here is weight
Nellie's
turbulence.
known to come up with tricky questions.
Yes. I mean, one example would be if you had an NHV going from down the threshold of runway 16, departing, once it's weight off the wheels, you need 3 miles weight turbulence for something like an ATR on approach. And until it's down past where we're standing now, yeah, you'll still need the 3 miles. So if it doesn't look like you're going to get the 3 miles, if you've had a rush of blood to the head and tried to get the NHV away, then you're sending the ATR around. So yeah, weight turbulence is probably the most critical thing here.
Do you get many go-arounds outside of weather days?
Yes, sometimes. One of the things I've noticed, purely as a enthusiast, not so much on the job because I've not seen it directly, quite often when aircraft try and do visual approaches, especially from the southwest, they go around because they're unstable. And I don't know if it's because the hill over the other side of the airport, tyre bagger.
Let me just zoom out so folks can see what Simon's talking about.
Yeah.
So the hill that you see in the shot.
I've noticed it when I've been in the air, coming in there, it almost looks like the airfield sits on a plateau on top of the hill. I don't know if it just catches pilots out and they're fixating on the airfield too much and don't realise they're a bit too high, because obviously the airport is down below the hill. So yeah, that seems to be quite a common thing where aircraft go around off a visual approach on a day like today, and then they'll go, okay, we'll go for the ILS this time instead.
Not going to happen to this Wideroe -8 that is now in the latter stages of final approach. Looking pretty serene.
Got the Loganair lining up now.
Chance for a cheeky extra question, I reckon. Let's just have a look. This one is from Carrie aerophile spotter. Don't know if Carrie is in the chat. Anyway, Carrie asks, how often do you take your breaks? And when you do, doesn't that make you one person short? And basically what happens when it's busy?
There's always more than enough staff for the sectors that we have. The maximum you can do at any time is 2 hours. And if you do 2 hours, you must have a half an hour break.
Which was Keith Cornell had posted a question on exactly that aspect. So 2 hours max.
2 hours max. But when you're fully staffed, you're not generally doing up to 2 hours. It could be less than that.
So that's 2 hours max, and then is there a minimum break duration
30-minute
as well?
break, yeah.
30 minutes. Thank you, Simon. Spot on. I'm staying with the Wideroe under duress. Keep Nell and Co happy.
Here goes the Loganair.
Is it moving?
Yep.
Sorry, Nell. The spell is broken. So let's have a quick delve into the...
I see somebody asked about the classification of airspace around here, which is Class D. So you have to file a flight plan to get in and to get out.
So for the uninitiated,
Yeah.
what differentiates, what's D versus A, B, C?
A is the strictest, so that would only be instrument aircraft. A is your major airways. So once you get out of Class D here, heading southwest towards Perth, the airway down there is Class A. But Class D, for example, IFR flights have to be separated from other IFR flights. And IFR against special VFR. But IFR against VFR, or VFR against VFR, the controls would just pass information to those aircraft on each other, and then it's the pilot's responsibility to miss. Class E is your last controlled airspace, and then there's F and G. We don't have any F in the UK anymore. But G is like your offshore, free for all, anybody can go there and kind of do what they want.
Yeah.
Which the offshore controllers at Aberdeen are there to try and keep the helicopters away from those people, i.e. the military who are out there not on the same frequencies.
I think Les Donaldson's question is one you touched on right at the start of this, about do you control the helicopters to the rigs from the tower or separate controller for that?
Separate controller, but still in the tower.
Yeah.
So from the radar room. So the radar room has actually got a multitude of positions, ranging from Aberdeen offshore to Anglia radar, controlling the helicopters in the southern North Sea, and controlling the aircraft in and out of Sunborough.
Sounds crackers when you explain it like that.
So it's like you can walk the entire length of the UK in the room.
All from Aberdeen. A small room in Aberdeen.
Yeah. But those in the top of the tower are just controlling the airfield and within the immediate area.
We've got Gamma Aviation on approach.
Oh good, we did wonder if that would come back, didn't
Yep,
we?
it's come back in from Glasgow. I think it's done some other stuff because it went out to Tree, I want to say it's pronounced.
I tell you what, I've got to go with the chat on this. That Wideroe has got a lot of Plane of the Day trophies next to it. I'm just going to randomly jump on some names. Rab H, Les Donaldson, Melody R, Nell W-8. It's already looking like it's out in front by a mile. And it's got my vote as well, actually.
Les Donaldson asked a good question, actually. Does the HAR cause a lot of problems? I don't think last year we were too affected by it. It's in the summer we get it quite bad, but there's been some years we have had it quite bad, and it rolls in. You see it coming in over the hill, past the radar heads, and then just engulfs the airfield. And yeah,
I think last time I were here, we had that effect, because by the time I got back to the hotel, it was just, well, chalk and cheese to
So they might put the brakes on quite hard in full reverse because they've got to come off the runway just here.
So this is Gamma Aviation returning with their Beach King Air 200.
So they're going to come in right next to us.
Yeah, this is not going to be the moment to be answering technical questions
Nope.
in depth, unless you can mime it to our viewers, Simon. Conveying the expertise of ATC by mime. So folks, the noise level is going to go up a fair old bit. Well, thank you for that, Rob H, and for anybody that has hit the subscribe button. I'm seeing Rob's comment. We're getting closer to the 11k mark. Awesome stuff. I love that sound as they wind down.
Yeah.
It is mint.
So I think the next big arrival will be the British Airways 320, about 11 minutes out. We do have a helicopter coming back in as well.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised, I say surprised, chopper traffic's been much lighter than I remember on previous Thursday shows.
Yeah, but then the afternoons at the moment do seem to be fairly quiet. The busiest time will be
Friday mornings?
Well, I mean, between sort of 7 and 8, it can be quite busy. I haven't gone out once, but then between sort of 9 and half 10, you get a bit of a crossover sometimes. So you got a lot of inbounds, a lot of outbounds at the same time.
So we might pick up a bit of that tomorrow then, because that's the kind of window we'll be in. Early start. I think we're posted to go at 7:30, but to be honest, if I'm hearing the kits going and there's choppers moving, we'll stream them. Not gonna not do it. And the flip of the coin, if the traffic continues up to around 10 o'clock, we'll do that then. Let's just rotate the shot. Got a Loganair being pushed. So, back to plane of the day. Keith Cornell is also for the Dash 8. I think Dash 8's romped home. If it was a racehorse, it's home and hosed and munching on its hay. Dr. Kersey, good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well. Welcome to sunny Aberdeen. How's the wind up here? It's only a gentle breeze, really, isn't it?
What wind?
I mean, to Simon and Abbie, it's like wind, what wind?
Yeah.
I'd say, as a soft Midlander, it's a gentle breeze. Gentle breeze. but it's a perfect evening. It really is. Right, was there any more questions? Let's have a look. Right, this one is an elastic question, i.e. it'll probably depend on what you remember most recently. If you're anything like me, on the other hand, if you've got a memory that is photographic, you may go back further. What is the most interesting plane that you've seen whilst on ATC?
Ooh.
Because you're the eyes that see everything eventually through your shifts and one thing and another. You know, spotters, we rock up
Well, it
with...
depends, because on radar, certainly when we're doing Anglia radar, stuff in the southern North Sea, especially in air show season, you can get some interesting stuff going low level, you know, across to Europe or coming across. I'm sure a few years ago, I've had the B-17 out of Duxford going into Europe or something, you know, so things like that are quite, they're quite cool.
I think they're better than cool.
The red arrows.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
had
red
them sat on
arrows.
frequency when they were doing the display ones.
And do you get many military stops here?
Yeah, you do get some. I mean, I've seen a lot of the French Navy with their little pilotus things coming quite a bit over the last year. You get the Air Force King Airs. I've seen some of the US ones in as well. Occasionally you get the A400 or C-17.
Didn't we have a Merlin in recently?
Yeah. I can't remember if it was before the start of the pandemic or just after. There was a big exercise, military exercise going on offshore here. It might have been when the Queen Elizabeth carrier was starting up. And there was some Hawks based here, and they were using the Eastern Airways hangar to fly out of. And that was quite interesting.
I love that like that. I've yet to see the carriers in person either.
Can see the next helicopter coming in.
Oh, good, 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 good.
Just gonna go behind the GAM building.
Can hear it now. You say it, and then it's like someone's flicked the switch.
The interesting thing when those Hawks were here, I think the carrier was about 90 miles northeast of Aberdeen, and the Hawks were going up and then joining up with the Falcon 20s, the DA-20s that fly out of Teesside. And the Falcon 20s were acting as the baddies trying to head towards the carrier, and the Hawks essentially were acting as their missiles. So the Hawks would formate up, well, behind the DA-20s, go full speed, pass close to the DA-20s, and then towards the carrier as if they were the missile. But because it was sort of in amongst where the helicopters were, it was obviously pre-planned with the guys in the tower, lots of coordination and talking with each other. It was really good.
Right, our next chopper is nearly upon us. It's going to be another Bristow Sikorsky S92A, inbound from a platform somewhere. This is a sort of, it's going to be in the category of dumb question, but I'll persevere with it anyway, so do indulge me. Obviously Heathrow stole all the headlines a couple of weeks back for obvious reasons, and in the event that something calamitous befell ATC and the airport here, you'll have well-honed diversion plans for all your fixed wing stuff. You know, they're going to go somewhere. What happens to the choppers? Where do they go? Is there like an airfield where you point them, or...?
They will tell us, really. So they'll go to Dundee, Inverness, Edinburgh, wherever we'll take them. Obviously there'll be a lot of phone calls in the background finding out what airfields have space to take them. But the helicopters are fueled up to divert if they need to as well.
Not sure what generated this in the chat. A Pegasus A380 could only be bettered by a stripy Condor A380. Oh dear me. Can you just imagine it? It's definitely a mission for AI, isn't it? To reimagine some classic types of airliners with liveries that you wouldn't normally see on them.
Loganair is taking off now.
Do you know what? I would try and get it before the wheels leave the deck, because Les is still in the show.
Off the Kirkwall.
So what do we reckon the forecast is between now and 7? Do we think we're going to...
have a British Airways just turning on, and then there'll be the Ryanair. So that's inbound. You have the Eastern about 20 minutes out.
So which one's 20 minutes out?
Eastern.
Eastern.
Then departures, you're looking at Wideroe going just after 7.
Don't worry, Laurie M. The crowd in the chat are a creative bunch, so, you know, it's great you got the ball rolling on that one. They'll soon pick it up and run with it. I'm still super stoked about Edelweiss and their 350s. Still gutted about the 340s that are going to go out of service, but that's kind of circular life stuff, isn't it? You know. But yeah, the 350 and Edelweiss 350, I'm thinking that'll be a fantastic sight. Quick question, sorry Abby, I'm asking several things at once. The Wideroe, what time does that go out? Do you know?
It says on Flight Radar it'll go out at 7:05.
We'll finish with the Wideroe then, because it would be unforgivable if we didn't finish with the plane of the day.
So I think we'll have 3 arrivals before the Wideroe.
Excellent. Good stuff. Stephen Doherty says, Abby is doing a fantastic job. I think Abby's thinking the font needs to be bigger. YouTube really needs to allow variable font so that you can emphasise. But joking aside, thank you so much, Stephen. She is ace. It makes such a difference for me, certainly when I'm at an airport, be it here, Edinburgh or whatever, and you've got people with you able to pitch in with things and share observations, experience, insight. And of course, when you're watching the show, it makes it more interesting anyway.
Got the British Airways in next.
Does anybody want to know anything about Abbie?
There you go. I don't think you should open that can of worms, Simon. We'll extend the stream to 8 o'clock.
This is Echo Uniform Tango.
I missed a trick really. We shared a tea with Emma before the Abby's mum, for those in the chat who wonder who Emma is, and really I should have been sort of, you know, give us some stuff we didn't know about Abbie that we can chuck into the chat, you know, the kind of thing that might cause her to blush a bit, or yeah, we'd not do that.
What's that in the distance, just about to turn 5?
Ryanair.
Is that the first out of the county of the year?
Is that not Wednesday?
It's the one on Sunday. Oh yeah, it was on Wednesday. Abbie has a good story about her first trip down to Heathrow to see the planes.
Yep. Went down with Simon. It was 3:20 down T-Tob, UPM back up.
And it turned out I knew the captain on the way back.
Yep. Got to go in the cockpit, got to shut down the plane, cycle the APU.
You see, as anecdotes go, that is pretty hot, isn't it? Pretty hot. Anyone in
And
the
we
chat
never
top
heard
that?
the end of it for weeks.
Next
She
arrival.
never shut down the engines, I hasten to add.
No, it wasn't the engines, it was the APU.
And all the electrics, because it was night stopping.
Yep. Next arrival will be the Ryanair in
Excellent.
from Malaga.
In from Malaga.
It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8-200.
Right, let's have a quick look, see in the chat. If I can sort of keep up with the plane, which I'm failing to do. Let's just try to get out a little bit. Buy me a space.
Ryanair is just approaching. Can see it.
Oh, spot on. When Abbie says she can see it, she's not joking. Good evening, Captain Sasha. So, inbound from Malaga. Right, let's rest up on the plane of the day. I think that is pretty much done and dusted.
Looks like they're just connecting the Wideroe up to the tug.
Yep.
Welcome in, Mike Clark. How are you doing, Mike? Timing perfect, my friend. We are literally, I think we'll be good for another 15 minutes or thereabouts, so you'll get to see a slice of the action live. Yeah, Alibi, I'm going to have to see this firsthand, but I'm intuitively entirely right. I think you're right. The Edelweiss A350. When I saw the Emirates 350 with the new livery, I thought, wow, the paint was just something else. I've seen it twice now, and I was wowed on both occasions. But if you say, well, I love the plane, and I love the Edelweiss livery, I think that's my favourite too.
The 350 has to be one of my favourite bigger aircraft.
Yeah, me too. Although I do flip between that and the triple sometimes.
The triple is good as well.
But I think if you say you got to choose one now, or you know, someone's going to drop me off a cliff, I'm going to go with the 350.
350, yeah.
Definitely. Rab H likes the Air France A350, and I've got a soft spot for the Air France tail
Yeah.
as well. That's class, but it's also class on the 777. Last time I went Presswick, I saw a 777 freighter there, and yeah, did I like that?
Yeah.
Not been for an age. Train Aviation, hello to you, buddy. Oh no, pack the pizza away, Laurie M. I think we'd established pineapple is just unfit for human consumption when consumed with pizza. Just saying. None of this Hawaiian nonsense. Just a view. I'm famished, but I can guarantee you I am not famished enough to consider pizza with bits of pineapple randomly lashed on the top. No siree. Oh no, big DC, surely not. No, not this Hawaiian stuff. Glenn's Aviation love is a 777 man. G90s, when you're at Newcastle, when it's 07 ops and you're behind the 777 and those G90s are spooling up, it is nice, I
Yeah.
have to say.
Got to wait 5 weeks till I'm on my next 777.
Sorry?
I've got to wait 5 weeks till I'm on my next 777.
And where are you off?
Orlando.
Oh, lovely. And who are you going with as well?
Partner and her son.
Sorry?
My partner.
No, who are you
Vicky,
flying
so-
with?
oh,
As in
British Airways.
British Airways?
Yeah.
Very good.
And I'm
You
allowed
can't
to
wait,
take my
can you?
golf clubs.
Are you really? How have you sworn that? You must be well in credit on brownie points. Well in credit.
We've got 8 minutes roughly for the Eastern jet stream.
Super stuff. So we're in the last 10 minutes of the show, folks. Looks like we're done with the choppers today, doesn't it? We seem to be
There's
chopping
one
out.
that is just off the coast of Fraserburgh.
Oh, that's coming back from the Heather platform. Because I was talking to that before I finished.
All right. There's a circle of life thing.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good evening, Owen. How you doing? It is a great little airport, Aberdeen. It's just got that many layers to it. It is definitely worth the adventure. I see British Airways seem to be transponding. I don't know if they ever switched it off, but
Lights are flashing, so expect to push back.
looks like we're going to see something moving.
Yep,
Pushing
it's
back now.
just on radar.
There you go. It's all clicking into place. Yeah, I'm liking this chat. It's the kind of thing that really appeals to me. The merits of the VC10 versus a 707. Got to be honest, I'm a VC10 man, definitely. But I do like the 707. Don't make me choose between those two. I think I'm a VC10 on pain of death. But, you know, if someone said, I was saying this on stream a couple of weeks ago, if there was a 707 flying into Bristol, shall we say, in 2 weeks' time, I'd be thinking, I need to be there. I need to see that. I remember watching them as a kid coming into Heathrow, and I'd be thinking at the time, but I wouldn't be thinking anything except wow. But now you think, God, I wish I'd been able to film that, or I wish I could just experience it again.
Go back to the 80s, and I think British Airways on Friday evening quite often brought a TriStar in here. That would have been quite impressive.
Definitely.
I've been in the cockpit of a TriStar. My grandfather worked at BA on the maintenance, so that was an after hours in the days when you could just take random kids into airports and take them onto aircraft and stuff. Keith Cornell says something nice. It says, thank you all for an interesting, fun afternoon. Well, that's Abbie and Simon that have provided the interest. I provided the camera and the audio. Good stuff.
We've had A340 in here before.
You have? Who's
Many
that?
years ago. The Sultan of Brunei came in to get an honorary doctorate from one of the universities. I believe it might have even been his wife's A340 came in. It was a 200 series.
See, they don't muck around with BUSIEST, do they? It's
We had an LTU A330 in the 90s. with a load of Hertha Berlin fans when they were playing Aberdeen. And it had to park on runway 23 here. I had a British Airways 777. Must have been about 2003-ish. Brought Tony Blair in. So it's when he'd just been over to see President Bush.
Well, of course, this would be the days
just before
they
they
had
started the Gulf War.
before they got the government A330. They were pretty much relying on going with BA or.
Yeah. So it flew in from, I think it was Andrews Air Force Base near Washington. Brought Tony Blair in here, dropped him off, and then departed empty back to Heathrow.
You see, prime ministers now have got it made, haven't they? They get to fly around in a Swiss government plane with a Union Jack on the tail. So Captain Sasha says, once in the cockpit when a RAF Nimrod tried to land and had to go around because the runway was too short, got in at the third attempt. Wonder if they will ever make the runway longer. Well, we're talking about Captain Sasha. Sorry, I might have missed the bit before that. How long's the runway here, team?
1,953 metres.
So, I wonder if Captain Sasha's talking here, actually. 'Cause that's relatively short, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was extended up the north end by about 150, 200 metres in
So,
2010, I think.
just for the benefit of the viewers, so by north end, Simon's pointing this way, which is runway 34,
16.
16.
The start of runway 16.
I said 34 right at the start of the day, didn't I?
Yep.
I've been looking at this the wrong way round before I came here, and it's bedeviled me. 16. Thank you, Abbie. It's like the third time you've had to keep me on the straight and narrow.
And the Eastern is just turning onto finals now.
Good stuff. So we're getting to the finale.
Have we started?
Yep.
Yeah, let's go to the plane of the day. Owen asks, when does the Ryanair leave?
7:50.
Yeah, after we'll have gone by then, Owen. Most definitely. I'll be reflecting on how delicious my tea was. I'm sure Abbie and Simon will be the same. Right.
And I was
Scottish
listening to
Linda
it earlier
says,
as well.
Mark, tell Simon my joke. Right, this is Linda's party piece joke. Let's see if I got it correct. So, if British Airways goes out of business, does that mean that everyone will stop breathing?
I will, because I won't be able to use my gold executive card anymore.
Yeah. Key being, it's one of those jokes. First time I heard this, or second time, I hadn't quite been smart enough to twig it. Of course, Airways being
Yeah.
the punchline. I don't know, Linda. You got a smile at this end, not righteous laughter. Good evening, Roberta Gomez. Hello to you. You love Aberdeen. We are back live tomorrow, so UK time, 7:30 in the morning. I will strike it up a bit sooner if there's stuff happening. I'll be here probably just after 7. There's only so much fun you can have in a Holiday Inn when there's planes to be seen and sounds, and I think the forecast is quite good tomorrow as well,
Yeah.
is it not?
Again.
Another sunny day.
So I'm going to kick the backside out of being out in some good weather. So and we'll be on air till around 10 o'clock or thereabouts, give or take half an hour in either direction depending on the action, and then I've got to hit the road. Oh, there's our Eastern arrival.
Yep.
Our Eastern arrival coming from the north. Did we say where this was coming from? I can't remember.
It came from Teesside.
Ah, very good. Thank you, Abbie. I love watching the props wind down on those jet streams as well. Sadly, don't get those at Newcastle at the minute. Haven't seen one there for a while.
British Airways just heading down towards Mike 9.
We'll stroll along, I think, and have a look. I've got a feeling Wideroe are going to be moving pretty soon as well.
And that Bristow's helicopter isn't too far away either.
Ooh, so there's a good chance we'll get one more chopper in the show.
Yep. British Airways just got its takeoff clearance, so they'll just taxi onto the runway.
Right, Wideroe have pushed and turned. So let's go there. British Airways are just in the process of nudging out onto the runway. So that will be your next departure team. Right.
Here goes the British Airways.
Hear the sounds of the engine spooling up. So I'm not clearing my throat to give a speech. Looks like the freighter has got the cargo doors open. Can't believe we're going to get spoilt with a West Atlantic departure, but hope springs eternal.
Helicopter isn't too far away.
Good stuff, thank you, Abbie. See you, Trevor Russell. See you soon, mate. Well, hopefully. And I see
Looks
we need
like
6 more likes to get to 300. The magic 300. A bit like cricket really. We like our milestones in hundreds at PSA. So if you're in the show and you get to drop a like, help us over the line. And if you're number 300, sing your name up in the chat. 295, we're counting in. Here we go.
Here goes Wideroe.
Don't think we get a Dash 8 in tomorrow's show, do we? I don't think there's a...
I would have to check.
got a strong... Well, I might be wrong. You never know.
There's 2. There's one at 8 o'clock and then there's one at 8:20.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Stavanger and Bergen.
set your alarm. I genuinely thought we weren't getting. Right, chopper. I think this is the last movement of the show.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be
Now,
anything
we'll call
close.
this... We'll call the show on... with this. If I thought the West Atlantic was going out in 10 minutes, I'm bound to say, yeah, stick around, but I don't think for a minute it's going out in the next 10 minutes, so we'll finish with a chopper.
They tend to depart at 7:45.
Yeah, like I say, I'll have eaten my tea and be reflecting on what a fun day it's been. Dopey Gorp is in the show. Good evening, buddy. Oh no, Pegasus emoji. Is this some sort of introductory code now as well? Secret Society. Yellow and red hand of Pegasus. Anyway, mate, hope you're keeping well. Yeah, I'm definitely Hank Marvin alibi. I could eat a horse between a scabby horse at that, between 2 bread vans. That's exactly the situation I'm in. So let's just have a quick look. Nothing on radar now, we're clean, aren't we?
Yep.
So I think what we'll do, I'm just going to put myself on camera in a second, do a few thank yous, and then we'll adjourn and hopefully see you all tomorrow. Promises to be a lot of fun. So I'll do some of the thank yous now while we are moving with the helicopter. So thank you so much to Jules C for gifting a membership at the beginning of the show. Big DC also very generously gifting a membership. Mary Brock celebrating 2 months membership of the channel. Tony Austin very kindly gifting us a membership. Keith Whitelaw was a welcome addition to the PSA Crew Lounge. And Claire C amazed us, gifting us 5 memberships, awesome stuff. Mohawk Scotland, our friend Graham. I missed his super chat to my eternal shame initially, so thank you friends for putting me straight on that one, and that was just fantastic that we got that support from Mohawk, who also gifted us a membership. Awesome stuff. Another great friend of ours, Craig McLean, gifted us 5 memberships. Abbie's mum Emma very generously Ko-fi donated to us as well, and Dino gifted us a membership. Scottish Linda very generously Ko-fi'd us, and don't worry Linda, I will track down an ice cream tomorrow after the show. I'm not feeling ice creamy at the minute, I'm a bit cold if I'm honest. Oh, I don't know, I am Nesh. Big DC also, on top of the gift earlier on, Ko-fi donated, not super chatted. Ian Nicholson very generously gifted us 2 memberships, and Mohawk Scotland also very kindly gave us a Ko-fi donation. If I have missed anything, it can get a bit chaotic at the beginning for me here certainly. I'll put that right in a community post. So for the support in terms of people viewing, liking, donating, gifting, honestly folks, you're awesome, absolutely awesome. And of course this stream's only possible in the first place because of that support and the support we get from our members. I can't emphasize this enough. Now I'm just going to put myself on camera. It won't be an Oscar speech type thing. Let's just see how we go. Are you coming on camera or are you?
Okay.
Well, it's up to you entirely. Hang on a minute. I've got it on lock. You won't be getting on camera very easily like that. Let's just see how we do. Just come down that way. So we'll shuffle in. Left a bit, right a bit. So here's Abbie, who's been, I think everybody will agree, absolutely exceptional. And the telescope count is 0, and that's entirely due to Abbie. And of course, Abbie adding her take perspective, and Simon, who's off camera at the minute. So Simon's not going to be on camera, but of course threw in a whole new layer of interest in terms of the workings of ATC and some expertise in the chat. You know, I've said this before, and I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. A lot of us pick up a lot of information through our various interactions with others and whatever, but it's a rare privilege to be able to have somebody with us who actually gets paid to do this kind of stuff. And of course, I don't think we entirely extracted the dirt that he was going to dish on Abbie, but you should always have something for a future show in the future. There's a lot of futures in that sentence. You can tell I'm tired, leggy and starving. So you guys have been awesome. Moderators team, God bless you one and all. Thank you so much for the support you've given us, helping keep the chat on track. And I always find Aberdeen the most fun you could probably have in one place when it's got it all going on, but it's probably one of the hardest places I find to keep on top of stuff, because apart from anything else, when you're panning you're on the lee of a slope, so you've never got consistency in your positioning. You're trying to watch the chat, you blah 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 blah, a lot of words to say. It's a lot of fun, but it can be quite chaotic, and I think having the friends around you in the chat and trackside really do make a difference to the broadcast. I hope you agree. So thanks Abs, thanks Simon, thanks mods, and thanks to everybody that's gifted. We are live tomorrow, as I say, 7:30 UK time, but you know, I'm like, if I'm here and there's stuff moving, I'll just switch the camera on. So hope to see you then. In the meantime, have a great evening or morning, depending on where you are. See you soon.
Bye.